everybody. Good morning!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Hello, good morning everybody. My name's Debbie Shaw. I'm going to be with you for the next 5 hours, for the next 3 days as well. It's going to be fun, isn't it? We've got some fantastic guests coming up and we've got some amazing deals for you as well. So let's kick off as we normally would do with our early bird. Which is something that I think everybody should have in their own toolbox. It's an air and water erasable pen. It's both, so you get one at each end. I do use heat erasable, I do use water, and I do use air, and for different projects and different types of fabric. So it's always worth having some of these in stock. Very, very easy to identify because you've got the blue and the purple at each end, but it's written on there as well. So we have the disappearing ink, it's called, which is the air erasable. So you mark your fabric. I'd always do a test bit first. Mark your fabric with the purple end, and then after a few hours, I think it's something like 36 hours, the ink will disappear. So be aware of the project that you're working on, because if it's something that you need the marking to be there for a long time, it will disappear after a while. The water soluble is exactly what it says on the tin. That washes away with water, or will wipe away if you just want to put a spot of water on there to make it disappear. The price that you're going to pay isn't your £4.99, oh no. We're going to crash that price down for you only while we have the stock, all the way down to £1.20. £1.29. Oh, come on. And of course, you can buy more than one if you want to. Do be aware with these that if you iron them while the marking is on your fabric, they become permanent. So do, again, make sure that you're using them for the right project and be aware that that's going to happen. I can show you how the water one works, actually. So yeah, if you want, a lot of you are multi-ordering, and I think they're not going to go off. And unless you leave the tops off, they're not going to dry up. So disappearing, again, that's the purple one. But if you put your project to one side for a few days and you come back, that is going to be gone. And then the water erasable, literally a little bit of water on that, and that will disappear. So by the time this goes in the wash, or you wet it, if it's just a small amount like this, I would use a cotton wool bud or something like that. Not your finger, ideally. And that just wipes away. So again, £1.29 for 2 pens in effect when you've got one at each end, isn't it? Which is an amazing deal. So the idea is, don't buy this on its own for £1.29 because your postage is more than that, and that's not a good deal. That's not worth buying it. But the idea is, if you get a couple, if you get 10, if you're going to give them away, but most importantly, that you open up your basket, because once you start shopping with us, everything that you order throughout the course of the day, and that's not just what's in the show, it's what's on the website or what's coming up in any repeat shows or anything else that you find on the website, all goes into one postage, and all of those come together at midnight, and that is when your postage is sorted out. So don't think, well, I only want that. Come back and buy more and make it worth your while. We've got a message already. Oh, who's this? Who's coming on? Morning, Chantel. Morning, Deborah. I made that mistake once. I didn't know it was an air pen and traced a polar bear. And when I went to cut it out a few days later, it had gone. Oh, well, at least you did it that way around, not trace the polar bear in and then ironed it, and then it was there permanently. But yeah, do be aware of that. Oh, everybody that's buying so far is multi-buying. Well done. I mean, it's a bargain. Why not? Doesn't matter what kind of sewing you do. It doesn't matter if you're the dressmaker or the quilter or the bag maker or the homemaker, if it's curtains and blinds and cushions or whatever you're making. You're going to need a marking tool at some point. And at £1.29, what an amazing bargain that you've got there. So really, really important to have in your stash. Get a heat erasable as well. Get your water and your air erasable, and then you're covered for all of your projects, all of your markings, and yeah, just be aware of what you're actually using them for. So again, great price, buy as many as you like, going really, really quickly, and we'll keep this price as low as this while we've got the stock. Don't know how long that's going to last though. So again, it's just £1.29. Anyway, shall we have a look what's coming up for the rest of the day? Well, it is International Women's Day today, so we are going to be celebrating female fabric designers in just a second. So we've got some very prestigious designers and me. And then at 9 o'clock, it's Henry Glass. We've got Charming Corners quilt with Katharine Wright. This is a really beautiful quilt. Very classic colours, a very simple design, very achievable for you and very affordable as well, because we've got some prices coming down. We're EPPing with Louisa at 10 o'clock this morning. She's got some beautiful designs and templates and patterns to make life easy for you. Back with Katharine again at 11:30. We're piecing and quilting as we go from an amazing book and some very achievable products and stash-busting ideas for you there as well. And then at 12:30, now then, have a look on the website. Excuse me. If you can, because we've got miss it, miss out pre-cuts, and we don't have very many of them. Well, we've got lots of them, but not very much quantity of each of them. So if you want to have a look ahead, you know, you bought your pen for £1.29, you think I need to make up that money to cover my postage, have a look at that 12:30 show, because we do have very limited stocks in most of the items. There's lots of them for you to choose from. There are some real bargains there as well. So have a look and get ahead of the game there. And of course, if you want to come and get in touch, I'm trying to find you on Facebook. I always struggle with this. Oh, there we go. Are you there yet? Not yet. You can contact us either in the studio, so you can message us. If you want to email us, it's just studio@SewingStreet.com. Be lovely to hear from you. You can come and join us on, there we go, on Facebook. That's how you shop with us. You can message the studio on Facebook, SewingStreet TV, as Jan has. Morning, how are you? And Claire, morning to you too. So come and join in. Come and let us know what you're sewing, what you're doing, what are you up to, if you've got any questions, if you've got any UFOs, anything that you're stuck with, if you've got a little bit of gossip, what's your weather like, where in the world are you? We're just really nosy people. And of course, have a look on the website. You can either order any of the products on the website, which is SewingStreet.com, or if you want to phone our call centre, the number's 0800 0001 4433. While you're there on the website, there you go. Look, so that's your early bird. You can watch us live, and you can send us a message there as well. And of course, you can have a look at everything that's coming up on the show right now and throughout the course of the day as well. So this is what we've got at 8 o'clock. Look, we've got Lewis and Irene, we have Tula Pink, we've got that Debi Shaw, never heard of her, and we've got some great deals for you as well. We've got some bundles with free fabrics in it too, coming up in just a minute. So that's SewingStreet.com. I come and be part of the show. Should we do it? Shall we have a look at what we've got? I said bundles. Look at the bundle that we have got here. This is Tula Pink. It's the whole collection and one free. So it's actually this one that you're getting free. All of the others are available on their own if you just wanted to go for half a metre or a metre or any kind of meterage of those. But this bundle altogether for £125.86 is amazing value for a complete collection. But that isn't the price that you're going to pay, because it's coming down to £116.87. How about that? Nice day for a bargain today, isn't it? So shall we have a look through, see what you're going to get in this one? I love the colours on this. Tula Pink is renowned for, well, she's a graphic designer, but her colours, she's always been inspired by bright colours and actually crazy designs. But I think this one is quite pared back for her. So if you love a little bit of colour, but you like the neutrals and the greys and these really classy tones, smaller prints, larger prints, you've got the both of them on here, then this, I think, is such a beautiful range. Look at the birds on this one. Got swallows and stars on that pale grey background. And it is nice to see with Tula Pink a smaller print, because most of the prints that you tend to find from her are large prints. She started life as a designer for Moda. So always been interested in quilting. She's got a bachelor's in graphic design and parted company amicably with Moda because they thought her designs were a little bit out there. Free Spirit, however, really took her on and encouraged her to do more, and that's where she's in a happy place. So this is why you see these really kind of wild designs. I think this really is very pared back. Again, if you wanted to order individually, apart from this one, Every single one of these is available by the half metre, and they do come joined up if you order more than one. So not that one, but all of these are available by the half metre. So let's take a look at the triangles first of all. There are 3 shades in this one, and it makes a nice blender. For whatever fabric range you have. You don't have to just stick with Tula Pink, and it only goes with Tula Pink. Of course, you can mix and match with any fabric brand that you like. And I like a blender because instead of just a plain fabric, it adds interest, it adds depth, it adds texture to your project, but it doesn't fight, it doesn't argue with the print, no matter what the print is. And I think this one is quite subtle, really classic, quite geometric design as well, and that's in the paler grey. So if you wanted to go for that on its own, it's £8.99 for half a metre, 100% cotton, 112 centimetres or 44 inches wide is your size there. And I'll pop that back over. And then we've got seals. Look at these. Seal pups by the looks with happy little faces. But you can see the unusual element of having these almost like balls or bubbles in the bright colours scattered all over the fabric as well. So nice, deep, rich grey in the background. Lots of detail in the outlines of the, what they're called, the ice things that they float around on. I don't know, not David Attenborough. The lumps of ice that seals float on. I am sure there's a name for it. Probably not, but really cute. Little spotty seals, they're very cute. Okay, so again, they're all £8.99. So pop that back over. And then we've got the same print, but with a very deep charcoal grey background, which really makes the colours pop. You could use the two together. Oh, they're called ice flows, apparently. Well, there you go. So there's your seal sitting on that ice flows with what looks like Easter eggs floating around all over the place. Nice size if you're fussy cutting as well. If you've got maybe a hexagon or a circle template and you wanted to highlight one of the designs right there in the centre, they've got plenty of room around them, so you can kind of pick those out individually as well. Make a nice shirt, that one, wouldn't it? So, because we're not just thinking quilting, we're thinking about homewares and cushions and bags, and even a bag lining. If you have one of the brighter colours for the outer and then one of the blender types for the lining, I think that would work really well as well. So a paler grey with a dark spot is this one. So a small spot, just a little pin spot. It doesn't matter what kind of print you put it with. It could be the triangles. They don't argue and they don't fall out. So there's no nonsense going on there. They just blend together beautifully. And move this one over. But if you love the range, the whole bundle is the way to go. It's such good value, considering you get one free. Favourite 4-letter word? Free. Then larger spots. So we've got the pale grey with a paler grey. It's not white, it's a paler grey of the large spot there. That's the only large spot in the collection. Would have been nice to see a darker one of those, wouldn't it? Have you bought before? What have you made with it? Are you the kind of person that will see a fabric and think, oh, I just want that, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it? Or are you the kind of person that has something in mind and you think, yes, that is going to be perfect for my project? I tend to have my fabric in mind that I want for the project, and then invariably I can't find it anywhere. So triangles again. So I think I said there's 4 of the different colours in this one design. So this is a mid kind of grey. That was a very pale one that we saw previously. So this one goes a little bit darker. Even if you just used the 4 of those together on a project, I think would be quite striking. None of the prints, none of the colours, just those 4. I think for a quilt would look absolutely lovely. Right. Then, this is the darker one. Not the darkest, it's the darker. There we go. So it's not black, it's a very dark charcoal grey with a paler grey. That's that one. I like a fancy lining. I mean, if you've got a plain jacket, something like this as a lining would look amazing. So you've got wolf heads on this one. This one I think is a little more identifiable as Tula Pink. Oh, is it bears? It's bears, not wolves, isn't it? I told you I was no David Attenborough. With the brightly coloured scattered leaves in the background again. Amazing, isn't it? So even, again, a lining on the inside of a bag, if you don't want to use this as the main fabric for the project, use it inside. Or if it's a lining on a jacket, there's always something quite special when you go to hang your jacket up, you've got an amazing lining. And I think these kind of things, if you're not bold enough to wear it, then you can wear it as a lining, so it's a little bit more subtle there, if you will. Okay, then we move on to stripes. Reminds me of school blazers, this one somehow. Really classic design again. And a nice tone of greys as well in that one, I think. It's quite a warm grey for this one. So there's a stripe. Nice for binding, that's cutting on the bias. So you get the chevron diagonal lines on there, that would be nice. And then the darker of the geometrical triangles. So this is black with a very dark grey. So it is quite carbon. 3 more to go. So we've got another pin spot with the deeper grey and the charcoal spot. Really classy. And then, oh, hi, Carol. How are you today? Messaging in on Facebook. Do come and say hello if you're there. Nice to know that you're watching. I knew there were wolves somewhere. Here we go. Look at this one. Now, if you go and buy remember these are all included in the bundle, but if you go and buy the ½ metre, we've only got 3 metres of this one left. Need to be quick for this one. It's a big print, but it's small enough that you could kind of centralise that in a cushion cover, I'd say up to maybe 14 inches square, so you can have that face right in the middle. Because if you're making something like that, or you're making a bag, the last thing you want to do is to chop through the middle of it, because that just looks really odd. But if you're making a bag and you want to fussy cut this onto the flap, it's actually the wolf shape, but it's got the leaves going around here in a heart shape as well. So you could actually cut out a heart shape and use that as well, if you wanted to, as a large piece of applique. But you have, I mean, the pieces are going to be cut slightly different, and you will have half heads at some point if you're just going for ½ metre. But you've got a good 3 or 4, that'll be 8, as this is folded in half, of the complete heads that you can use there as well. So I think this is one that you just got to be a little bit aware of what you're making and how many repeats of the head that you're going to need, because those will need to be in the centre of your project to make it look balanced. And then finally, I've got another pin spot, and this is the darker one. So charcoal in the background and just off-white for your pin spot on that one. And just to show you again, if you just wanted to go for spots all together, you've got 3 of those. And of course the large spot there as well. I just like the idea of just having a project using one print in different shades. I think that would be really classy. Hello, Alison in Anglesey. She says, hi, Debbie. I'm getting tempted for Tula fabric. And why not? But, so those are all of the fabrics individually. The bundle, you're going to get one free, and that free one is not included in the bundle. So let me just rearrange those back in some kind of order. That, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And this one, we don't have by the ½ metre, but we do have it included in the bundle as well. So there's your collection. Delia, hello, good morning, how are you? She says, good morning, Debbie, lovely to see you brightening up this dull Sunday morning. Is it dull? It was dark when I left this morning, and I thought it was going to be freezing cold, and it wasn't. It was actually quite mild this morning. at 3 o'clock. Hello, Carolyn in the West Midlands. Hello. Good morning on International Women's Day. Here's to all women and girls. You are all awesome. Have some me time and watch the lovely Debi. Yeah, let's have a ladies' day today, shall we? International Women's Day came about in 1977, so we have been celebrating women around the world for a few decades now. Jan in Oxfordshire, hello to you. Morning, Debbie, lovely to see you this morning and listen to your calming voice. I'm not sending you back to sleep again, am I, Jan? But thank you very much, and thank you for your messages. It's nice to know that you're there. While we're here with Chula, let's take a look at Chula's Aliso iron. This is an amazing iron. I'll admit, when I first saw this, because the Aliso irons have been around for a long time now, I just thought, it's a bit gimmicky, isn't it? It just goes up and down, when I'm quite capable of doing that. I don't need something that goes up and down. When you have a look at all the features and benefits of this iron, it really is quite incredible. It has sensors in the handle. So after you stop ironing, it raises itself from your work, which helps to prevent scorching of your fabric. It also means that if you're not very good with your hands and your wrists, which I'm certainly not, this can be quite tricky if you've got a heavy weight of iron to keep doing this. If you're pressing lots of seams and you're doing this a lot, you can feel quite a bit of strain on your wrist. You don't need to with this iron. It's got sensors in the handle, so not on the rest of the iron, but as soon as you touch the handle, it goes down so you can start ironing again. When it lifts itself back up again, it'll switch itself off after about 30 seconds. So if forgetfulness is an issue for you, I have a Prim Mini iron that I have left on for 2 days before now. Yeah, I admit that. Thankfully, it's fine. But it will automatically switch off. So this is a great gift maybe for somebody who you know that may be a little bit infirm or getting into those forgetful years. For your peace of mind as well as theirs. It is a tulip pink one, so it's limited edition, and limited edition means that there's only a certain amount that have been manufactured, and once those have gone, there will be no more. So before I give you any more details, let's give you the details of the price. So it's £164.99. There, Sunday, I'm Debbie Shaw, I can do what I want. Let's take the price down. So not £169, we're going to crush the price down to £129.99. Sorry, Chula. But yeah, well, we've got the stock, and again, when it's gone, it's gone. Another few features while we're here. We have a side-fill tank, and it's a big tank, so it's easy to fill. You don't have to tip it up and pour it into the tap from the front and get yourself all soaking wet. That simply opens up, and you can pour it through the funnel in there. It's got a very pointy point with even steam on the bottom, and the steam is consistent and even whether you're steaming downwards or whether you're steaming vertically. And I don't know about you, but I do both. Ironing is an awful lot of the process of sewing, whatever it is you're sewing. If I'm ironing my laundry, I tend to hang things on hangers and steam it vertically because I don't like to see creases down sleeves and things like that. So that's a big bonus for me. But what you also have, when I was talking about the pointy point, you see how the top of the iron is slightly raised from the bottom. That means you can get right into seams and you can get right into corners, so you get a really accurate iron as well. And on top of all of those features, it's pink. It's pink. It's a pink iron. Oh, and you've got a 12-foot flex on it as well. So it's a nice long flex if you're not ironing anywhere near a plug socket. It's getting really busy for this one. Remember, when it's gone, we won't be getting any more. Limited edition means exactly that. There's only a certain amount that have been made, and we can't get hold of any more of those, so there won't be any more of those. So yeah, absolutely great deal. Oh, and it's a great toy. It almost comes to life, doesn't it? But yeah, irons are really important. I studied fashion design at the London College of Fashion many, many moons ago. And when we went for the first initial tour around the college, the first room we were taken into was the pressing room, because they considered the pressing room to be as important as the sewing room. And obviously they're not going to be using irons like this, they had big industrial things. But it's such an important part, not just because you look nicer when your clothes are ironed, but for setting the seams and even putting your fusibles onto the back of your fabrics and things like that. But when you're sewing, as you probably know, you've got your sewing machine on, you've got your iron on at all times. Well, that's what it's like in my sewing room anyway. And it's just nice to have something bright and fun, isn't it? Something a little bit different and a little bit designer. It is a good weight. I feel like it's going, ooh. Oh, get off me. But I do like a good weight. So it's, I mean, the heat and the steam that do the job. You're not always going to want the steam from that, obviously. But heat and steam do the job. But I do like a weighty iron as well. Oh, now then, getting really busy for this one. Do go through to checkout when you can. Because just because it's in your basket doesn't mean that it's yours, I'm afraid. Because if we do get to the stage where we only have a few irons left and somebody orders on the phone and there's not enough to go around, we will go and empty your basket and give it to somebody else. Imagine if you did that in a supermarket. Well, you haven't paid for it, it's not yours, I'm going to take that. But that's what happens. The thing is, you can put things in baskets and hang on to it for days and then forget about it and not really want it. So that's the real reason why. But just if you are ordering on the website, please go through to checkout as quickly as we can. Carol, strange to see you presenting on Sewing Street, but very happy to see a great presenter who knows what she is doing. John, look out. Ooh. Don't know where everybody is this way. Where is everybody? Don't know why I'm here. We have pre-cuts. And this is the very first range of fabric that I ever designed. And it's called Cottage Garden. And excuse me, I know I've told you this story so many times, so do excuse me if I sound like a broken record. But when I first saw it, I'd love to design some fabric. Initially, I was told, no way, there is no way you will ever have your name on the selvage of a piece of fabric, Debi Shaw, I was told. So that was like a red flag. And I thought, no, I'm really going to go ahead and try and do this. So I approached Visage and asked if they would be happy to work with Monofabric Range, and they said they would be honoured, and that is one of the best days of my life because I was so excited about that. I then took myself off to uni, first time I've ever been to uni at 57, didn't know what to wear, and learnt all about CAD design and Photoshop and Illustrator and all that kind of thing. Not to use in my fabric designs, but I wanted to understand the process when I worked with a designer, what she would want from me. And then it was down to, well, what am I going to design? And that's the difficult thing, because it's quite easy to look at fabrics and say, well, I like that, I don't like that. But when to come up with your own design, I don't know what to do. Don't want to copy anybody else. Or how about I just go right back to what I like, what I know, and this is actually what I see out of the window. So this is my garden. So the birds and the bird table, still got that bird table. Those are blackbirds. I'd like to say flowers in the garden. Well, they are flowers in the garden, but they're mainly weeds. The daisies that grow up in the grass. Loved the gingham. We've got poppies. It's not exactly my cottage, but it's based very closely on it. We've got a pond in the garden, we have dragonflies, and I've got chickens as well. So chickens have got to be in there. And there's more dragonflies, and then dragonflies with a check background, and then the flowers in different colours as well. And it does turn out that most of the fabric ranges that I've designed since this are based on things that I see out of the garden, things that I see as I'm walking the dog, and just things that I like. So all of my fabric ranges are very personal to me. This one was quite exciting because it was the first fabric range in years that Visage had designed that was reprinted because it sold out so quickly, because that very rarely happens. And this collection has been reprinted again, as is the others that you're about to see, exclusively for Sewing Street. So you can't buy this anywhere else but here. I can't get it on my website. I mean, Google it, you won't find it anywhere. Sewing Street is the only place to buy this. So £39.99 for your design roll. But we're taking £10 off. It's £29.99, and there are 40 strips in here. So there's 10 designs, so you've got 4 of each. They're 44 inches or 112 centimetres wide, and 2.5 inches in depth for each one of those. Love the colours on that as well. Pretty colours. These, when they're gone, I'm assuming We've got these in fat quarters. All the rest of them have sold out because otherwise I'm sure they'll be on the show. When they're not, when they do sell out, these aren't going to be reprinted again. Oh, looking to do some more, actually. I'm having this is way ahead. I'm doing a takeover day here on the 29th of May, I think. And there is another, at least one of my previous ranges going to be reprinted. It's quite an honour, you know, it's quite exciting. But again, exclusive to SewingStreet. This is why we have special design rolls to look at, not the ones that we sell, because you never get that to look like that. We've got fat quarters as well. I will take these out. And again, there would have been 2 sets of these initially, so this is all we've got left. So there's the blackbirds. The script in the background doesn't really say anything. I just like the idea of having script there. And look, looking whimsically at a little dragonfly. And the flowers, little buttercups and daisies, and the poppies on a striped background. And a fat quarter, if you weren't aware, because, you know, I know we bring you a lot of fat quarters and we assume everybody knows everything, is 1/2 metre this way and then the fabric cut in half that way. So whatever size that would have been, so this one will be 22 inches by 19.5 inches. That's right, isn't it? Depending... 112 wide, yes, sorry, so I've got less than that, isn't it? I'm getting me... Do you do that? I get my centimetres and my inches mixed up. I work in inches. I write instructions in inches. I follow instructions in inches, but I buy fabric in centimetres. So, yeah, do get me a bit mixed up occasionally. So 22 inches wide, 19.5 inches deep, which is 1/2 metre deep. Oh, we don't have much stock of those left, by the way. And remember, this is last chance to get hold of those. No more are going to be printed. And again, you can't get hold of these anywhere else. I can't even get them. Well, I could get them if I bought them from SewingStreet. Okay, so there's 5 of those. Oh, hello, Dawn. How are you? Morning, Debbie. Happy International Women's Day. Lovely to see you on SewingStreet. Have a great day. Thank you. I'm here for 3 days. I'm here till Tuesday. Hi, Kate. You're on the show because you are a true inspiration to all the females out there for your talent and work. Oh, go on. Oh, go on. No, carry on. No, I love it. Thank you. Fee, morning to you. Oh, Fee, we've got EPP coming up later on. Fee does amazing English paper piecing hexagons that are 1/2 inch and makes quilts out of them and makes them for charities. Good Sunday morning, Debbie. What lovely spring colours. That's a pretty quilt in the making. Great for baby quilt. Yes, colours are lovely for baby quilts and a brilliant price. Donna, hello. Team and everyone, have a great day. Have a great day yourself as well. Right, let's pop that back in there. Now, Bohemian Waters is this one. I shan't take it out, but I'll show you the fabrics on this one, which is coming up in a bit, if that's okay. Now, this one, it's another one of my designs. This was inspired by Pat, who works for me. Morning, Pat. Pat used to live on a narrowboat. And she said, we were chatting, she said, oh, I used to love the narrowboat art. And I thought, do you know, I used to do narrowboat art when I was at school. It was something that we did at the grammar school. I'm going back to 1972 or something. But we actually painted the buckets and the things. It was so much fun. So it took me right back. And I thought, well, what a lovely idea to bring a fabric range. And let's do that. So I'll give the details of that in just a second, but let's go on to the 10-inch squares so you can see the prints a little bit better. So the way that I work, yes, I did do all of that studying with, you know, CAD design and all that kind of thing, but I'm old school and I paint. I did try using acrylics and the kind of paints that would have been used on these kinds of ornaments for barges and narrowboats, and it didn't really transfer onto fabric, so I redid the whole thing in watercolours. So I pencil draw and I watercolour, and then colour ideas I'll send to Vicky, who's my designer at Visage Fabrics, or Craft Cotton Company. And she puts it all together for me. So that would have been here, the design that I painted. And I just said, I want narrowboat colours. I want, you know, blacks and reds and bright blues. So she puts all of the background colours in, and this is what she came up with. And I just think it's lovely. That's my favourite one. The actual painting of that was quite a big thing. I should have brought it in, really, which would have been that kind of design, just around there. And then the hearts. See, Vicky did that. I came up with a little design, and then she outlined it and flipped them and made it into almost a border. Then these, we've got the duck and the watering can and the buckets. And that is the same as that one, but on the pink background. Then there's a border. And the hearts in a different colourway. So there's the blue, and you've got the red one there. So again, there's 8 in this collection, I think. So you will have, because there's 40 of these altogether, you may have different amounts. You'll have 4 of some, you might have 2 of another one. We're limited stock in that one, £39.99, I wanted to go for those. Really useful as well. If the only thing you do is sew them all together, you'll have a quilt top that is big enough easily to fit over a double bed. There's a lot of fabric in there. If you are making to sell, then how about just using one of those, fold it over, put a zip in it and a lining, you've got a zip pouch. You could make 40 of those, and that would work out at £1 each at a cost to you for the fabric. So you could sell those for £9.99 and you're making yourself a profit. Cut them up and sew them back together again, which is what patchwork and quilters are all about, isn't it? Or you can, again, just make individual projects from them. If you have a coordinating fabric, just one of those in the centre with a nice big mitered corner border all the way around would make a stunning cushion cover. And if you are living on a narrowboat, I know Anne-Marie lives on a narrowboat, then it's perfect for your interior decor as well, isn't it? Hello, Karen in Surrey. Always love to see you on SewingStreet, Debi. Remember the days you turned up and it appeared that you presented with the panel and just transformed it. I used to do, when SewingStreet first started, when I was a proper presenter, when I was there every week, there was a challenge Debi. Do you remember that? And because in the previous studio, when we were in what looked like somebody's garage, everything was all around you. So there was all of your waddings and your tools and your irons and your cutting mats and fabric. Everything was all in the studio. So we'd have emails coming in, and it would be to make, what are those books called that have wadding and pages that you can store your quilting blocks in? Make one. I'd never heard of one before. Can you make one of those? So it's right. What is it? What does it look like? Here's some fabric. Here's some wadding. We just get along and do it. I did have a challenge of making a Japanese knot bag. I don't even remember that one. It went horribly wrong. Need a pattern for that one. But yeah, we used to do that, didn't we? Just make something. I don't know if I'd be allowed to chop up the fabrics these days. Design roll. So again, you've got 40 strips in there. All of the same designs that I've just shown you, but in 2.5-inch strips. And that is £39.99. Well, it was £39.99, wasn't it? Oh, that is £39.99. What did we drop the price on then? Was that the other one? Oh, okay. So £39.99. Right. Are we doing more design rolls? It's not all about me in this hour. It's just a lot about me. Just a lot about me. This one is garden birds. So when I was saying earlier about, I draw what I see when I'm sitting in the garden, these are some of the birds that we have in the garden. Every time I bring you this fabric, I tell you to download the Merlin app because it's fascinating. We have barn owls that I didn't even know were there. So a Merlin app, if you get it on your phone or your tablet, will recognise birdsong. So it'll identify the birds. So it'll come up with like a little graph, and then it'll say blackbird. Blackbird's a wonderful thing. Or thrush, or chaffinch, or blue tit, or pigeon. It will recognise ducks, but it doesn't recognise my chickens, because obviously they're not wild birds. But yeah, then things that you can't even see. We get a lot of swifts in the summer, flying so high up that you can't even see them, but the owl picks them up and can hear them. It's amazing. So anyway, so these are some of the birds that we see in the garden. So we've got sparrows and goldfinch. There's blue tit and starling. And there's berries, and that's funny. When I designed this one, they're pigeons, and my designer said, well, let's call them doves. I thought, okay, we'll call them doves then, but they're pigeons. Love pigeons. They're a bit dim, but I love the colours on them. There we go, so green background in there as well. And I love this colour of the deep plum colours as well. So that is a 10-piece collection. You've got 40 pieces, 4 of each in the design roll. It's £39.99. But we are dropping the price of this one. It's down to £29.99. Good job I'm not on commission. We are limited stock. You've got 5 of those left. 5 left. No, you take advantage of the bargains. Right, so that's that one. And we have the same. Not going to happen, is it? In fat quarters, this is only 5 of them. So there's the leaves. That's my favourite one. It hasn't even got any birds on it. And that one, that's magpies. We've got a magpie with a broken leg. He comes hopping in the bottom of the garden, eats the chicken food, and goes hopping back off again. He's so sweet. So there's 5 of those at £14.98. Always on his own though. So I'm just wondering if he's been outed because he's injured. Seems happy enough and he's eating, so it must be all right. Dawn says, I challenged Debbie during a lockdown to make a tray cloth. I disappeared under a mountain of fabric for the perfect piece and made one. I've still got that recording. Have you? Oh, send it to me, won't you? Right. We also have... bag pattern. Oh, there we go. This is the Shelley bag. This is for use with Bosal single-sided foam. I understand that there... Oh, what's it called? There's another single-sided foam. Yeah, the Valaiseline one. Can't remember what it's called. Styleville. I haven't used it, but I understand it's the same kind of thing. Because you use the pattern with the foam. So you place your pattern, there's not a pattern for everything, there's only a pattern for the things that you need, but you cut the shape out of your foam, then you put the fabric over the top and cut out with a 1/2 inch seam allowance all the way around. And the reason for that is so that the foam doesn't actually go into the seam of the bag, so you get a really nice crisp edge around the shape. So you just run your needle around the edge of the foam shape to create the bag. If you've not made a bag like this before, there is a QR code on the instructions on the inside. I shan't open it up now. If you scan the QR code onto your smartphone or tablet, it will take you straight to a video of me making up the bag as well. So it's really, really easy to follow, and it's a great price at just £9.99. But it's not good enough for us today. Oh no. Oh no. Taking it down to half price. I'm on the bus on the way home. £4.99 is all you're going to pay for that one. Morning, Wendy. I totally love the Merlin app. I had a very loud bird singing and discovered it was a tiny wren. They can be noisy, can't they? Robins are one of my favourite. Got a couple of fabric panels. Now, last time I was here as a guest, we launched Ada and Pearl. So this one hasn't got the characters featured on it. This was the strip panel, which I used with the other one to make a quilt with. I think we've sold out of everything Ada and Pearl wise. But as these don't actually feature the characters, they're just very pretty prints. I designed Ada and Pearl. They're two patchwork characters, Ada and Pearl, the patchwork girls. And the first time I'd used them, they were applique. Then I worked with Lou, who is the designer here at SewingStreet, to create panels featuring them. And she came up with these coordinating designs as well. She actually draws them. I was really surprised because I assumed that, you know, being a graphic designer, then everything's designed on you know, or you can get stock pictures and things like that and, you know, put it together like that. But no, she actually draws these designs, so it's very personal as well. But they're very pretty. There are 16 altogether, and they're halves, which means that each one of those 16 prints is different. There's no two repeated. So you can either use them as they are, just like that. So that could be a cushion cover, that could be a bag. You could cut them into the strips, you could cut them diagonally, you could put some wadding on the back and sew along the line so it looks like they've all been strip pieced together. But it's really useful and it's nice quality fabric as well. And it's only £12.99. And it's huge. So that's that one. And then more of my scribblings on this one. This is a cushion panel. So it doesn't come with instructions, but it's quite simple to follow. So we've got the rabbit on the front and then a whole collection. So there's my pigeon of my drawings. So we've got a weasel and a fox and there's your wren, a robin, pheasant. There are some on here that haven't featured on any other fabrics. I don't think the pheasant has, and I don't think the wren has. There's a little hedgehog on there as well. So it's all kind of woodland kind of animals. So there's little fox and squirrels. And then your backing fabric is just one big piece. So big enough to make an envelope back, certainly big enough to make a zip back, or a nice piece of fabric for you to use on its own and put your own backing onto this one. You could also use this to make a bag front if you wish. And down the side here, you've got some extra applique pieces, purely because we don't want to sell you a piece of plain white fabric. So you can cut these out, put some bond web on the back and apply these to, I don't know, apron pockets or little bags and purses and things like that. Right, that's that one. Is that enough about me now? Let's talk Lewis and Irene. Here's this one. So we have another bundle with a free one, another free one, and they are individually available as well, apart from that one. So it's £79.90 for the whole collection. We are quite limited stock on these though. So if you want it, you're going to have to be quick to get hold of these. And there we go. I'll show you all the half meters just in case you want them individually. Now these have been designed by a lady called Cassie, who's a British designer. She's another lady who's passionate about her quilting and design and took herself off to uni and got all of her qualifications and everything. Went along a completely different career path and then came back to fabric design, which is what she absolutely loves doing. And she likes elegance and she likes pretty designs and she likes classy designs. I don't know why I'm fanning them out like that. We're doing it individual, aren't we? So let's take a look. I haven't seen anything quite like that print before. No, it's a very simple print. It almost looks like broderie anglais, doesn't it? Very three-dimensional, considering, you know, you've only got two colours printed on here. There's the dark centre and the lines around the edge, but very textural, very dimensional. It's a really, really clever design. And it's a really lovely dark indigo kind of print to that as well. We've only got 3.5 metres of that one left. Not much left of that at all. Unusual colour as well. Then this one goes so well with that one. Well, it's a collection, of course, they go well together. Tiny flowers on this one, little ditzy flowers. Little ditzy daisies, but again, texture in the background. There's not a square centimetre of that hasn't got print on it. So, and think outside the box as well as far as quilting. I think when you see collections like this, you automatically think, well, that'll make a nice quilt. But dressmaking, quality fabric, of course you can use this for dressmaking. That could be a child's dress or a shirt or a blouse for yourself. It's really, that's the same design, isn't it? It's the same design as that one, but in the paler colour. It's almost, lilac-y kind of tones to that one. Really unusual. Okay, I'm trying to go through these quickly because we're running out of time now, and we've got loads to show you. So poppies, that's quite, it's like a meadow, isn't it? With the poppies, and I don't know what these are, little daisy type of flowers. I love this time of year, you know, when the flowers start coming out, and my daffodils are going now, so, but when you start to see the buds. I was walking my dog the other day, and we're going down the same path that we always go down, heading towards the fields. And I didn't notice this amazing tree covered in white blossom. I could hear the buzzing on it. So as we were walking past it, where's that coming from? And it was just covered in beads. It was amazing. But yeah, I love this time of year. And the crocuses are coming through. And crocuses are strong little devils because they'll come up through tarmac, won't they? Don't know how to do that. So another design here. So yeah, I love flowers, and floral fabric for anything never goes out of fashion, does it? I'd love to wear that one. I love blues. There's a lot of blues going on at the moment. Seems every fabric collection that I'm getting at the moment just seems to be blues. But I love blues. Favourite colour to work with. This is a really pretty fresh one. Off-white in the background, so it makes a really classy look with poppies and other stuff. Is that a dandelion? Oh, we have Chris in my ear today, and he was saying, what about eau-de-coating that and making a picnic blanket? That would be a nice idea. Oh, picnics. Wasn't it weird weather last week? Thursday I had meeting after meeting, and I spent most of my day driving up and down the A10. And it's the first time in months I had the aircon on because it was so warm out there. Friday, freezing. What's going on? What's going on? I love being outside. So, more of that lilac kind of tones with this one, with the small blue flowers, and of course all of that picked up with the different designs on there as well. So, if you can stretch to the collection, you've got a beautiful collection. And 2 more to go with this one. So another fun one with the reds and the blues. I love the depth. By having the paler colours and the leaves and the outlines in the background, you can almost dive into there. There's so much detail going on. And then finally, that's the same print with a different colour background. Looks very different, doesn't it? There we go. I think I'd go with the plain red for those as well. It might be a little bit predictable, but I think that would look stunning, whatever it is you're making. Very rarely would I buy a printed fabric without buying a plain to go with it, even if it's for a lining or a trim or something. And it makes your pattern fabrics pop. And of course, it makes the more expensive fabrics really stand out. However, the bundle, that's the most affordable way of investing in this. It's £71.91 at a reduced price. And you're getting that one free. That's not available by the half metre, everything else is. So that's the whole complete collection. These are all half metre pieces. Only 5 of those left and everybody's checked out. So make sure you do. £71.91 is your price for those. Right. More fabrics by, under it, by ladies. And these are Lynette Anderson designs. I like Lynette Anderson designs. I think the colours that she uses are very different. And smaller prints as well, usually with Lynette Anderson. 37.94. That's good, isn't it? These are fat quarters. All of those for 37.94. That's good, isn't it? That's really good. Should we do better? Should we take £10 off? Oh, it's off. Oh, dear, sorry. Oh, I got ahead of the game there. £37.94 should be £47.94, so you've got a £10 saving there. Aren't they different, though? What unusual colours these are. Always favourites are her characters. Look at those. And let's just open that out and show you. Because that's kind of the... Oh, it's non-directional. That's clever. This is kind of the hero of all of them. I think there's more that way up. So we've got the rabbits and little houses with stars, ladybirds on there, dragonflies, there's a bird with a little heart in its mouth, so much detail on those. But for me, I think the main thing, I love the small designs, little itsy bitsy designs, and the colours that we have on there as well. So that they're all 5/4 again, not available on their own, that's it. The one collection, £37.94 is your price there. Then we've got Tilda, and this is the Songbird collection. Look at all of these. Okay, so let me see if I can, I'll just go through them really quickly because there's loads and we don't have very much time left. And have a look at the price. Have a look at, up there somewhere, I don't know. I used to be able to do that. Look at these designs. That's very kind of Art Nouveau, isn't it? You're saving £1 metre. So you're basically getting all of these with £1 metre for free. Look at what you get. That's one lot. All of these you're getting. The whole complete collection. How many's in there altogether? I can't remember. 20 pieces, 20 half-metre pieces, 10 metres in total for £161.82. Not finished yet. And although you can see when they're laid out like this, you've kind of got the blues, you've got the greens, and we have the kind of peachy, pinky kind of colours, which all go really well together. But if you thought, well, I haven't got one big project where I could use all of that, then you could kind of group them together in those kind of individuals. Oh, we do have half metres available on the website. I haven't got time to go through all of those for you because we'll be here for the next hour. And Katharine will be really cross. So have a look on the website on SewingStreet.com, and you can buy any of those by the half metre individually if you wish. But if you can afford to go for the whole bundle at £161.82, you've got yourself a bit of a bargain going on there. And the quality, you know, Tilda quality, and the Tilda look and the Tilda lifestyle and the Tilda colours, it's all emanated in this amazing collection. That's a Songbird collection at £161.82. Hello, Susan in Derbyshire. That's my neck of the woods. I got this collection and they are beautiful from Sue. Oh, they are. They really are. We also have a blender bundle to go with this one. That's heavy. I'll just be set. There we go. Which of these? And again, you get the lot. These are gorgeous. Love the colours. Love the colours. Price has gone down already. £92.89 is your price for those. Not too many of these left now. And although the blenders, they work so nicely together, don't they? And like with the previous one, if you wanted to just use the blues together or just use the pale greens or the peaches go together. So one project just using those, if you've got a bag with a contrasting bag flap, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? But if you wanted to make a quilt, that would look fantastic. Very subtle, very summery, and very different colours as well. We're all limited stock on these now. Don't have very many left, so check out your baskets if you're ordering. It's £92.89 for the whole blooming lot. There's loads of them. Karen in Kent wants to know if the chalet bag pattern would be easy for a beginner. That's who I designed it for. Absolutely, yes, it is really easy to use. There's a paper pattern. Let me open it. I'm going to open it. Oh, I can stick that back on again. They're full instructions. So you've got step-by-step instructions there with photographs. And I don't use jargon. I use as many photographs as I possibly can. Being married to a photographer really helps there. And, oh, look, there's all my books. And very clearly explained. And on here, you will have a QR code under my thumb. And that will take you through to a video of how to make it. So you're not on your own with this one. There will be a paper pattern in there as well. Oh, there it is. And that's your pattern. So the pattern, this is all explained, but the pattern you will use with your foam, You could use, if you've got any of my fusible craft fleece, you could use that as well, but it needs to be something quite firm. So cut out this shape from foam, then you cut out your fabric slightly larger and run your needle up against the edge of the foam, and that makes it a lot easier for a beginner to sew curves as well, because I know a lot of you have issues with that. So really, really easy to use, but the fact that you've got a video as well really helps, because you don't always get that. That's down to single figures now, and everybody checks out with that one. Okay, we're out of time in this one. Let's give the details of what's coming up next. So we've got Katharine coming up in just a minute, and she's we're quilting, aren't we? We're going to be quilting with Henry Glass Charming Corners quilt, which is, it's a beautiful quilt. It is so classy. I mean, the colours are just natural and beautiful and clean. The size of it is achievable, and it's only half square triangles. And look what a really, it looks so complicated, but it's not. Catherine's going to show you how easy that is. It's a really lovely design. So again, if you're a beginner, you're going to be able to create something that looks exactly like that one very, very easily. So, okay, go and get yourself a cuppa, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallis, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallis, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing, because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it, it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimetres. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimetres ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, and you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Hi, it's Tilly from the beginner-friendly sewing pattern brand Tilly and the Buttons, and I'm so excited to be coming on Sewing Street on Wednesday the 11th of March at 8 AM to tell you all about my brand new book, Learn to Sew. If you love making your own clothes, or you'd like to start and need a friendly guide to help you out, then make sure you tune in. See you then.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. Charm Pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork, or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Hello there, welcome back again. And now in this hour, we have Charming Corners Quilt Kit, and we're also going to welcome Katharine Wright. Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, Debbie. Nice to see you.
And you, jolly good. I was just saying at the end of the last show, the quilt that we have for you here, I think if you're new to quilting, this looks really complicated. It looks very in-depth, but it's actually only using one shape of block. And it's, you know, when you break it down, it's actually a really easy quilt to make. And size-wise, it's not too daunting. So I think it's going to be one of those quilts that if you've got something a little bit more complicated on the go, but you just want something almost mindless to complete, then this is a great idea. Or if you're new to quilting, and if you're not too fussed about the pretties and the pastels and the bright colours and the florals and the girly things, this has a little bit more of a masculine look to it. Really, really classy. Before I open this box, we're going to do something about this price up here, because it's not going to be £169.99. Oh, no. Taking £50 off this one. £60 off this one. £109.99. You wouldn't think I used to be a Mensa member, would you? £109.99 is your price for this one. And there's everything that you need in this box pot, from your wadding and your backing. So let's open this up. I did open it up earlier on, and it was wrapped very nicely in tissue paper. So I did undo that just to have a look what's in here. So when you get it home, it's all going to be beautifully presented. These are your full instructions. And I love diagrams like this, so you can say exactly where you're putting things. So that's going to help if you're a new quilter, absolutely certainly. And then these are your fabrics, which I'm going to take out. I don't know if I should, but I'm going. Told you I'd do well one Sunday, isn't it? Nobody's in. So I'm not sure of the fabric measurements of all of these because they do vary, but there's enough, obviously, to make the whole quilt top with this one. Really classy designs on these. Lovely fabric. Colour palette, isn't it? And look how much you're getting. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fabrics in total there. And so all of that, plus your instructions, for £109.99. And we can split the payments on those as well. If you just want to pay £36.66 today, then you can do. That will be 3 interest-free payments. The first one taken via credit or debit card now when you place your order, and then the other 2 payments and automatically come off in monthly increments as well. No interest charged. Should we do it again? Well, it was Sunday, just gone 9. Nobody knows it. Let's drop the price again. £99.99. Under £100, just £70 saving. I mean, good grief. Even if you don't make the quilt, but you just love the fabric, £70 saving on that one is amazing. And you've got a box. You've got a free box. We were watching earlier on a little bit of Hobby Maker, and they were selling boxes. You get a box for free. You don't have to pay for that.
They're very useful, those boxes, actually. I've got lots of them, yeah.
Well, I was just looking, there's nothing actually printed on it.
No, they're great to keep your projects in. Yeah.
You get a bit of ribbon as well. See, if you were savvy, you'd buy a load of these and put them on Hobby Maker and sell them. So if you have fabric already, or if you think, actually, that fabric's not for me, it's not my colour, I'd like a different fabric, then we do have the pattern available on its own. And you can choose whichever fabric you like. So the physical pattern, so this is the paper pattern which will be posted out to you, is £9.99. But we do have a digital option for you, which means that if you're at a loose end today and you've got your fabric already, you can get making this, because this will be an instant download as soon as you pay for your order. And it is, again, £9.99. So no need to wait for that one. You'll get it automatically, and you won't need a printer. Fill in your own fabric. If you want to print it off and fill in your own bits and bobs, fine. But if you love the quilt and you don't have a printer, you have instructions on these. There aren't any templates that you need to cut out. So you could just follow the instructions on your phone, on your tablet, on your Mac, on your PC, or whatever it is that you use to get on the internet. So again, £9.99 is for the digital. We've got backing fabrics for you as well. These are 3-metre pieces, which is plenty for your quilt. That's just what the pattern says that you're going to need. We've got 2 colours for you. So this is the vanilla. And we've already taken £3 off the price of that one. I shan't open it up, but There's a lot of fabric there. Or you can go for the moss. Now, these are really useful fabrics to have as well for linings, for backings, for generally building up your fabric stash. Nice colours, nice neutral colours that go with anything, just so that you've always got the right fabric there and enough of it. It's only £20.94 if you wanted to go for those. But if you fancy a pattern on the back of your quilt, then how about an extra wide floral fabric? And this is by the ½ metre, so it hasn't been cut into a 3 metre piece like the previous. This is by the ½ metre at £12.99, but it is extra wide. So it's 274 centimetres wide, so that's a wide width. That's a wide width, that one is, at £12.99. And again, don't just think of quilt backings. It could be curtains, it could be linings. Again, £12.99.
Could be a dress.
Sorry?
Could be a dress.
It could be a dress.
Yeah.
That'd make a nice dress.
It would be pretty.
I wish I had more time for dressmaking. I bought, we went to a fabric wholesalers, myself and my daughter, the other day, and bought a load of fabric for ourselves.
Yes, because you have to. It'd be rude not to.
Yep. And I've got all these ideas as what I want to make.
Yeah.
And this time next year, I'll be saying, I've got all these ideas.
Me too. Well, we all have a stash. Every so often, I just get the stash out and I get the patterns out and I put them all together and plan everything. And then I put it away again, and I've had a lovely afternoon, but haven't actually done anything. But I've got lots of ideas.
See, if I'm wandering around shops, I am turning into my mother. Because she used to do this. I could make that for less, and you feel the quality.
Oh,
and
yeah.
think, oh no, I could buy better fabric from that. So I end up buying no clothes whatsoever, but then I don't make anything either.
No. Well, there you go. It's very sustainable.
That's it, absolutely, yes. Anyway, what are you going to show us today?
Right. Well, I have done some cutting ready, but I thought I'd actually kind of start at the beginning. That's because this is really brilliant if you've never had a go at quilting before, because it's a really beginner-friendly quilt. So I thought I'd start at the beginning as if you were new and doing it, and just go through it so that you can see how very achievable it is. And obviously, if you know what you're doing, you'd whiz this up in an afternoon and you've got a lovely thing. And you know what? I was standing here looking at this. I've been decorating my downstairs toilet and my utility. And it's exactly this lovely shade of green, this lovely soft green. And I'm standing here thinking, can you put a quilt in a downstairs toilet?
You could make yourself a toilet seat cover.
I could. It would be a little retro.
Do you know
And a
what?
toilet roll dolly.
Oh yes, that's taking me back a bit. When I lived at home, which was about 100 years ago, my parents bought a faux sheepskin fur toilet seat cover.
Nice. That would be hygienic.
Yeah, I don't know if you can even buy those nowadays.
No, it's like the ones you get for your steering wheel.
Driving gloves with holes in the knuckles.
Yes.
Those.
Yes.
Anyway, we're making a half-square triangle.
Yes.
Not
So
really,
we're going to cut our squares first. So obviously half-square triangles are actually all made out of squares. And if you are new to cutting, you want your nice acrylic ruler, nice sharp rotary cutter, good cutting mat. I'm going to use my ruler to line up with the big lines on my cutting mat. And I'm just going to trim this edge straight for starters. Always, always, always cut away from you. Sometimes on certain television programmes, you see people sawing at it or doing it in weird directions. Don't ever do that. And my rotary cutter's not very sharp, you can see. I've not gone quite through there.
Have a new one.
That's better. That's what we need. I never replace my blades as often as I should. That's it. That's it. Love my God. Okay. So, yeah, new project, really. New rotary blade would be the way, wouldn't it?
Oh, it makes such a difference.
It does make such a difference.
It's a changing a rotary cutter blade is like filling up the bobbin. It's a bit of a chore. It's not something
Yes.
I enjoy. I mean, it's seconds, I know, but it's not something I enjoy doing. But when that blade just glides.
I know, it does make all the difference.
No pressure.
So I'm using my ruler to measure out the size that I need. I can feel already that's better, look.
Oh, nice.
And then we're going to turn this round and cut it into squares. And it gives you all your cutting instructions. And I find as well, it's always a good idea, cut it already, get it labelled up. So I've got little bits of masking tape with what letter fabric it is on my piles. Just so, or little sort of freezer bags are good if you've got lots of complicated bits. So, you know, you can have a cutting session, get it all ready, and then labelled, you've got your piles of the right colour all ready to go.
And your ruler, Catherine, is that a size that you would...
I really like this. This is the 6.5 by 24. And yeah. I nearly always use this size for cutting quilts. Just because things can sometimes be 6.5 inches wide exactly, can't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's just not too unwieldy. Yeah. Some of the wider ones can be a bit big, but that's the size I tend to use. So you get all your nice squares all cut up like so, all labelled. Okay. And I find if you have an afternoon of cutting, that's actually quite a nice thing to do. There's something nice in like preparing the project.
Yes.
Yeah, don't you think? That sort of prospect of a nice thing that's going to come. So I've got all my colours, and this is my main colour that actually creates the lovely pattern. So half square triangles, we're going to mark them up before we sew. I've marked a few. Now there's 2 ways you can do it. If you've got one of the lovely little seam guides, then, which we couldn't find this morning, me and Hannah haven't had a very good morning, we couldn't find all the stuff that we needed. So if you've got a little seam guide, you can draw either side to create your stitching lines. If you haven't got one of those, so I tend to just use a pencil myself, but you can use, you know, an iron-off pen. I wouldn't use an air erasable pen because you won't sew it fast enough. So you can just draw a central line, and then you're going to stitch either side with a 1/4 inch seam. But I find it quite useful to actually have my sewing seam lines in. So even if I haven't got my 1/4 inch guide, I'll still draw them in because...
So the seam guide that Catherine mentioned, we do have available. It is, we don't have it here, but we do have them on the website. Yeah. So it's basically a 1/2 inch wide ruler, isn't it, Catherine, with a split down the middle. So you put the split in the middle across the centre of your square.
Yes, so from your point to point.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then draw on each side.
And then draw on each side. So that gives you wouldn't have a central line, it would look like this, but you don't have to turn it round in the middle. You can just draw each side, and it's a slightly quicker way of getting it all marked up ready. So it is one of those tools that I would really recommend for quilting. It's a really useful tool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But as I say, we couldn't find it. Everything's gone walkabout this morning. So you get these ones all marked up, and then it's very helpful, and it tells you how many you're going to make of each. And obviously, each set of squares is going to yield 2 half square triangles. So don't get put off by when it goes make 50, because you're not sewing 50 triangles, you're actually only sewing 25 because it's going to make 2. I was thinking it can be daunting if you see big numbers, don't you think?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. But remember, you're making them in pairs, so that's quite good. So you're lining up right sides together, your white main colour, pin a few ready. I'm going to do one of each for starters.
So when I've worked with you previously, it's always been dressmaking. I didn't realise that you
quilted
as well.
Do you know what, Debbie? I do all sorts of things, bit of everything I do. When I first started on SewingStreet, and you were the first person that I met because you did my screen test.
I did.
Yeah. And then they rang me up and they said, what do you want to do, Catherine? What's your thing? And I kind of went, well, I'll do anything really. So they have literally always sent me anything, which means I've learnt a lot of stuff, which is great. And I do quilt. I think it's possibly I love it. I love the whole putting fabrics together, but I don't think it's my best thing of executing. I'm not maybe the neatest patchworker or quilter, but I really enjoy it, which is the main thing, isn't it? And, you know, it's one of those things that I could always get better at and improve at. I don't like quilting parts so much, but Stuart's, he keeps telling me I've got to get better at it. So, you know, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. And ladies who come to my patchwork class, because I do run a patchwork class, and they like me have learnt to love patchwork, but quilt everything as fast and as little as possible. Oh. But I always think it's just really fun popping all the colours together. Which one was that one? I just thought I'd do a selection of each and then we can see how they're all going to look together.
Got another message. This is by Carolyn in the West Midlands. Hello, Carolyn. Says, good morning, ladies. I love the quilt. The pattern is printed off so quick and easy with the digital download. Have a great day. Have a great day yourself. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. It's going to be done by this afternoon, Carolyn.
We've got Cheryl who says, morning Debbie and Catherine. It's lovely to see you both on SewingStreet, two very talented ladies. Catherine, your blouse is very spring-like. It's gorgeous.
This is my vintage tablecloth upcycle.
It's tablecloth?
Yeah, so it's my pattern, my beautiful blouse pattern, and this is a vintage tablecloth that I bought.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and I'm really pleased with it. And I had such fun, like, getting all the bits in the right place.
Oh, that's amazing.
So thank you. I do feel quite spring-like in it. Even though it was absolutely lobbing it down with rain on the way here this morning.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. It was really rainy, yeah. Okay, right, so we've got a whole little batch pinned. I mean, if you're going to make it, I would say do all of one colour at once and then you'll know you've got the right quantities. But I'm going to do a few of each because then you can see how they go together and how nice they look together. So you've marked them all up and you're going to follow the outside drawn lines. I like to put my needle in the middle because then, like, the centre of the foot, you can see that line through it, which means you're going to be super accurate. Because that's the thing with patchwork, we're always aiming for accuracy.
So how long have you been sewing?
Me? Well, probably since I was about 7. So my mum taught me to sew. And the very first thing I made was a little apron. And I have vivid recollection of this because she was cooking and I still am impatient. It was impatient to start. And she was like, no, wait for me, I'll help you do it. Did I wait? No, I cut it out. But I didn't realise at age 7 you have to leave seam allowances. So I made the world's smallest apron. But yes, she taught me to sew and always done quite a lot of dressmaking. And when I got older, because I danced quite a lot as a child, and then when I sort of got teenagery, I would make my costumes. My mum used to make costumes for me, but then it got that I used to make some of them. And I made my prom dresses when I was 18.
Did you?
Yeah. Yeah, so always done it. Always just liked sewing, knitting, crochet. I've always made stuff.
Do you still have time for knitting and crochet?
Well, I have about 3 or 4 projects on the go.
Oh, have you?
I'm a notorious project starter and not finisher. But I quite like I like something to do in front of the telly. And knitting is a good telly craft.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not good at finishing things, I have to say. And my head's always too full of ideas and wanting to get to the next thing. As a child, I had in my wardrobe in the bottom of my wardrobe, a cardboard box collection, just in case I had some ideas and needed one. Used to drive my mum mad. You know how you'd like save cereal boxes and things like that?
Yeah.
I had a cardboard box collection. Now I've just got a fabric collection. So as part of our sort of decorating, tidying up at home, we cleared out our garage. And there's a chest of drawers in there. I was talking to my husband and he went, oh, Well, when we sort the utility out, I'm going to put the cleaning stuff in this chest of drawers. And I kind of went, oh, okay, right. Well, I might just have to move some stuff because I'd already filled it up with fabric.
Oh.
So I had to empty it and find somewhere else for it. So we now have a dedicated shoe cleaning drawer. Because, I mean, every house needs one of those, don't they? Do you ever clean your shoes? I don't think shoes don't need it, do they, these days?
No, I don't wear leather, so there isn't very much polishing needed, with my shoes.
I don't think I've seen anyone in my house polish their shoes.
That was a Sunday morning thing when I was little, polishing your school shoes.
Yeah, oh, I know. It was awful, wasn't it?
It was kiwi.
Yes.
Boot polish.
And it was really messy, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
If you didn't put newspaper down, it was on the kitchen floor, it was everywhere.
And it was like a scrubbing brush to get this paste onto your shoes and scrub it in and then polish it off again.
Yes.
See your facing.
And you had to do it on Sunday night, ready for Monday morning. Along with your bath. It's true. We're showing our age, aren't we? I went to London yesterday, had a lovely day out, but on the train going down, there were these people chatting, and they were talking about in the 90s when they only had 5 channels of TV and their mum wouldn't buy the Skybox and they hadn't got the internet yet. And I just thought, okay, I'm getting really quite old now.
I can remember our black and white TV. It was a Murphy. And I remember it being a Murphy because I used to have a whole Camberwick green toy collection and Mickey Murphy was the baker. TVs that were like 3 foot deep.
Yes.
But with little screens. Like
yes.
That. Yeah, with 2 channels if you were lucky.
Yes, I mean, yes. You had 1, 2 and ITV, didn't you, really? Yeah. I remember when we got our first colour telly, that seemed like an amazing thing.
I don't remember getting the first colour telly. I do remember getting our first telephone, though.
Do you?
And my auntie was scheduled to phone, and that was when your phone numbers only had 4 numbers, and I think we were 6929 or something like that. And my mum was waiting by the phone, and you had to answer the phone saying, "Hello, 6929." But we all crowded round to listen to this phone call. Then I used to sneak downstairs as a teenager in the middle of the night and listen to Radio Luxembourg on the phone. Oh. Big trouble for that one. Big trouble.
Okay, so I have sewed down those down either side, and you can, when you really get into it, you can chain piece lots of them together, you can whiz them through, and then I quite like having the central line because then it gives us a nice little line for cutting them apart. So we're just going to cut these up.
We've had a question. Oh, IGP, thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Tracy says, "Morning, can you help? I can never get the back of my quilt to look neat. I've got a domestic sewing machine. Any advice would be welcome." What do you mean by not keeping neat, Tracy? What's not neat? Is it when you're actually quilting it, or is it when you're layering them together? What's not neat? Not neat.
So sometimes they can crinkle up a bit, can't they?
Yeah. Do you use basting spray or do you?
I do use basting spray. So what I would do is obviously make sure that your backing is really, really well ironed first and attach your wadding. And then what you can do before you then put your top on, turn it over, you could give it another iron with the wadding on, then put your top on. If you really feel it's going to move and the basting spray isn't enough, you could add some quilting pins. You could do a bit of hand tacking. And I think when you quilt it, you've got to be careful where you start and you've got to think about the direction, because I think it's always an issue when you're doing it on a domestic machine rather than if you send it to be long armed, because you can't pull it tight in the same way all the time when you're just doing it on your domestic machine. A walking foot always helps, but just think about the direction that you're quilting. So So like, oh, they've done an all over on this one, but say you were going to do straight lines around this, start in the middle and kind of work out so that any ruckles are going to get pushed out as you go. So hopefully by the time you get to the end, it'll still be all nice and tight. And I find often if you do something and you turn a corner, that can cause a bit of a ruckle on the back. So you might want to do everything that's going in one direction and then come back and do everything in the other direction. Yeah, and I think that that helps. But it is a problem. I find that with quilts that I make. Do you find that?
Oh, it's on the back.
Yeah, it's on the back as well.
It's fine.
Most people shouldn't be looking at the back of your quilt.
Daniela, hello. She's in Great London. Says, morning, ladies. Lovely to see you. What wadding would be best to use to make the quilt really light and not too? I think that was not too heavy.
I really like an 80-20 type of wadding. They tend to be not too, and a cotton wadding, they tend to be not too thick. Bamboo's nice, that's super soft, isn't it?
I'll always keep an 8-20 in, and if I want something thicker, I'll just use 2 layers or 3 layers. Or, you know, just like that.
That's usually my go-to because it's not too thick.
We do have quite a few waddings coming up today. Actually, we've got 80-20 coming up in the next hour. If you wanted to go for that, sorry, the 11:30 hour. Have a look on the website. There's so many. Actually, it's a bit of a minefield if you do that, isn't it?
It is a bit of a minefield.
Yeah, if you needed advice, go for 8-20. We've got some on this show as well. If you want to have a look at these. So we have 50 bamboo, 50 cotton, which is this one. And this one is needle punched, which is why you can see all of the dimples all over it. That helps it to keep its shape. Another thing to have a think about when you're quilting is the distance between the quilt lines, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have a look on the details on the website, because a lot of your fabric manufacturers or the wadding manufacturers will recommend the distance between the lines, or the maximum distance, which is applicable. And some of these, if they've got a natural content like the cotton or the wool, may shrink a little bit. I love that look.
Well, it gives it that real kind of vintagey, look, doesn't it, when it shrunk slightly?
Yeah, and a way of doing that, if you don't want to wash your quilt as well, my daughter's just does this with the quilt, is blast it with really hot steam, and it seems to just it doesn't kind of shrink down to an unusable size, but it just gives that little bit of a wrinkle without having to get the whole thing wet. We sell this by the ½ metre, so how much do you reckon we'll need for that?
I think it just says there.
That's quite wide.
Oh, that's very wide.
I'm coming over.
You're only going to need, because the finished size of the quilt is 1m11 by 142.
So if you had...
So you're only going to need just over a metre. Is it sold by the ½ metre?
Yeah.
1.5 metres then?
1.5 metres, and then, then you'll need to cook.
And you'll still have bits left over to make bags and stuff with?
Yeah.
I love all the offcuts for other things. For my second hour with all the lovely quilters you go, all your little offcuts are going to be brilliant for it. Right, what am I doing with my half square triangles? I'm pressing them.
Just go through these while you're pressing.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. We've got wool. So this is going to be really warm. This is 100% wool. Do you know, I don't think I've ever seen 100% wool wadding before. It's not too thick, but it's really warm. And it's quite firm as well, this one.
Do you think it would shrink?
I don't know if I'd use that on a quilt.
I feel like I might have felt it if I washed it. I'm very good at shrinking things like wool.
I think maybe for a jacket, that would be nice for a quilted jacket, wouldn't it?
Okay.
Personally. But anyway, we've got the wool. If you wanted wool, we do have that there. We have bleached cotton, which is that one. So it's white, basically. And finally, we do have polyester. Maybe polyester if you're making something for a child, or, it's got to go in the wash quite a lot. And, of course, that's not going to shrink as well with it being polyester. And those are all sold by the ½ metre as well. So have a look on the website. There's loads more on there as well. When quilting, Tracy says she gets in a mess at the back when quilting. So hopefully Catherine's explained or given you some tips for that as well. Start in the middle and quilt outwards. Tracy, if I say quilt around the half square triangle, the block looks messy, and echo quilting, do you just quilt just top and then wadding and then attach the back?
Echo quilting? No, I would sandwich all of it and quilt all of it.
I think if you're bagging a quilt out,
Yes.
then you'll have to just quilt the top. The only thing is, if you're just quilting a top, you've got the wadding on the back, and you're going to get your machine full of fluff. So I'd prefer like you.
I tend to always sandwich it.
Yeah.
Also, because I actually really like doing binding.
Yeah.
And that's actually a really nice end bit of the quilt, I think, and gives it that. I don't know, you've been working really hard on it, and it never, ever looks quite right and beautiful until you've got the binding on. Then all of a sudden you're just like, oh, wow. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I also really like doing scrappy binding and using all the bits up.
But with the half squares, I mean, that...
They've done an
I'm going
echo
over
on
here
that
again.
one. They've done some of these corners, they've done like a sort of echo along there.
Yeah,
haven't
so
they?
although you've got the...
They've done a
You've got the
mixture.
triangles. You don't have to sew around each one of the triangles. These
No.
are, I mean, they have done some fancy stuff here, but if you just wanted to quilt alongside all of the diagonal
That's what I would do. If I'd got the whole thing made, and I would just be literally going around these bits.
Yeah,
That's it. That is enough.
yeah.
I often think you've got to be quite careful with your quilting, because it can enhance your quilt, but it can also detract from it.
Yes.
If you've got really lovely fabrics or a really lovely pattern, if you do too much really like wild all over quilting, it then becomes about the quilting, not about the patchwork. So you kind of have to decide, because they're two separate crafts really and activities, and you have to kind of, it's part of the process getting it right so that they complement each other, I think. Definitely. And, you know, even just like what colour thread you use. So they've used a light thread on this one, a white, so that it doesn't really, you probably can't really see the quilting on it, but actually when you look closely, it's really rather nice. They've done like just a squiggly line in a different colour in the middle of these ones. I'm a big fan of that squiggly line for quilting. Because
You waving your pencil at everybody.
Because, well, it hides a multitude of sins. If your quilting is not dead neat or you can't follow the line, use the wiggly one that loads of machines have, because it's very, very, very forgiving. Right, so I have ironed them all. I've ironed them all towards the more patterned one. Do you iron yours to one side, or do you iron them open?
I iron them to one side.
Yes, there seems to have become a bit of a trend for doing them open, but I feel that takes a really long time. And I don't want to. Sometimes if you've got a lot of intersecting seams, to do some open is a good plan, but you don't really need to. Now, it does say in the thing to just check that the 3.5 inches. I'm just checking that ruler is 3.5 inches. And actually they are coming out the right size. So you haven't got to trim them all. That's really nice, you know, but it's always a good idea to check. I'm going to take my little dog ears off as well.
I'll just give the details of the quilt kit again while you're chopping off your dog ears. Really popular, this one. We have taken a massive £70 off the price, and there's all of the fabrics that you need for the quilt top. You will need backing and you will need your wadding as well. So you've got, I think there's 10 pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 8 pieces of fabric, 9 pieces, 10 pieces of fabric. There's 10. Half the stock sold out when everyone checks out of those, so well done for getting hold of that. The instructions are simple. It's all half square triangles, obviously, apart from the border. You've got your quilt layout in there as well, which you always find really helpful. And of course, when you've made it, you've still got your pattern, so you can make it in different design as well. So I think it, as a new sewer, that looks really complicated to me. It looks like lots and lots of little bits and lots of sewn round triangles, and probably won't be able to do that very quickly at all. But these are the easiest ways of making a quilt. I love half square triangles. There's so many different designs you can create just with that one shape. £99.99 is also on split pay. So it's £33.33 today if you want to get hold of that. If you just want the pattern on its own, we've got that available for you in either physical or digital. So physical, £9.99, details on your screen now. And then you can use any fabric that you like with it. So if this colour palette isn't yours, then or to your taste, then you can make it in whatever fabric you like. And then the digital download will come to you as soon as you place your order. So if you've got enough fabric to get going, you can start making this afternoon. And that again is £9.99. How are we doing?
we're good. I'm just having a little look. Of course, I haven't made enough of each to lay out the first thing. There's more than you think. Maybe I'll start. I just wanted to start to put the pattern together a little bit, just to show you how nice they look together. What we got in the middle there. You have got a good diagram, but it's almost easier just to look behind me.
Sue's message on Facebook, she says, I have experimented and happy with my results, putting a walking foot on, not dropping the feed dogs if I'm only sewing straight lines. And she says, wavy lines are your friend.
They are, definitely. Definitely. Right, let's have a look. So then that goes like this. So this, because there's all these lovely half square triangles making such a great pattern, the one thing you will find with this is when you put it together, it's very, very easy to rotate them and get one of them the wrong way round. So I would say, especially when you come to do the corners, so it's just, it will be a case of just very carefully making sure that you've got it where it should be. You can see how the lovely patterns are going to, there we go, like that, are going to make the lines. I'm going to go off piece now because of what I've made. You don't have to follow the, design anyway, do you?
And a message from Karen in East Sussex. Hello, she says, hello, lovely ladies. Please could you tell me how much of the floral backing I would need as it's extra wide? Okay.
I would say 1.5 again.
1.5 again, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, because your pattern says 3 metres, but when you think about it, you're going to use half of that, so it's ever so wide. Half of that, because so you'll have a. No, you won't. If you cut it in half, then you'll have a seam, won't you?
Yes, you don't want to cut it in half.
No. So if you order 1.5 metres, you're going to have 1.5 metres spare. Is that right?
Oh well.
Because it's that wide.
Yes. Or maybe you only.
Or what if you did it? Or if you did it the other way?
You do it that way, but it's still just over 1 metre, you see.
So if you did it,
this is a bit mathsy for us.
Then you still need 1.5 metres.
Yeah,
that
because
way.
it's just over 1 metre. Yeah.
Unless you wanted to join it together, so that's up to you. If you don't mind a seam at the back, then.
I'm just going to make some extra green ones, but you can see how when you lay them out, you're starting to get that nice design.
Oh, well, that's coming together nicely.
And you're right, half square triangles are just the most versatile shape.
Yeah.
You can do so many patterns with them and play about with them, which I quite like as well.
But it really is a good beginning point, isn't it? If you've
It's
not made a
lovely.
quilt before.
Absolutely.
And you know, size-wise, it's not a massive quilt. So
It's a manageable size for quilting, because that is the thing as well. When you're doing it yourself at home, it's a lovely idea to think you're going to do a king-size quilt for your bed. But actually quilting a king-size quilt on your domestic machine is really hard. Yeah. You know, and to get a really good finish. Whereas with something this kind of size, you can get a really good finish on it and feel very satisfied, and you can be happy to put it on your sofa and everybody to go, oh, that looks nice, and you can say, I made it myself.
Christine's messaged in. Hello, Christine. And she says, I had this problem too, realised I was trying to go too fast, going more slowly and smoothing more as I went also made a big difference. Yeah. That's a good tip as well, thank you.
I think making your stitch a nice big stitch as well. Don't quite try and quilt with a really tiny stitch. Make a good big stitch, which helps.
Anybody else got any hints and tips? Then do let us know. Eileen wants to know if you can make the quilt bigger.
Absolutely, if you want to. Just make more half square triangles.
Obviously you're going to need more fabric if you do
You would need more fabric. You could add more borders if you'd got, you know, if you've bought some of that lovely extra wide, you could add and you're going to have left over from your 1.5, you could add a nice extra border with the that, which actually I think goes really nicely.
That'd be a nice idea, yeah.
You may have nice things in your stash.
Guy says, definitely try layering all three together, top, wadding, backing, base together, spray glue is very good, then quilt through all three using a walking foot. Try all over, straight line quilting to start.
Yeah, I do think, because free motion is great to do, but to free motion a whole quilt yourself is, again, it's quite a big job. And I know this because I've done this. You launch into it thinking, I'm going to do this amazing, really like complicated pattern. So you do a little bit up here and then you think, oh my God, I've got so much to do. I can't do that much. And it becomes, you know, just a bit, well, my daughter has a quilt on her bed that's got one beautiful area of free motion and then the rest of it's not, because I was like, there's no way I can do that over the whole thing. So I think you have to, yes, be kind of like, what can I actually achieve? Let's not be too ambitious. It's very easy to be too ambitious. We all want to be, you know, do amazing stuff, don't we? But sometimes you've got to work your way up to it and know your limitations. I know my limitations are don't free motion a whole entire quilt myself.
Start with a cushion cover.
Yes, exactly.
I think if you can cope with the cushion cover, then you're on the right path. If you've had enough after you've done an 18-inch square, then
yeah,
keep it.
I think you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. No, got that one the wrong way. You can see how you can get it the wrong way.
That's going on for cushion cover size now.
It is. It's nice. The nice thing about these patterns is you can adapt them and you can use bits of them, can't you? Let's put that one there and that one there.
Anne's message, thanks for all your messages, really appreciate this. Anne's in Lanarkshire and she says, do your quilting at the dining room table, the middle of the side, so you can support as much of the quilt weight as possible. Stops gravity. That's
yeah, very sensible. Okay, so this is like just my mini central version. Obviously, you'll be setting out all your rows. It's really helpful to take a photograph of it when you've got it all laid out, because you've got something to refer back to. You can double check. But then you're going to put it together row by row with a 1/4 inch seam. So this is the point where you can pick it up, you can put it together, you can manage to turn it as you do it, and suddenly things go in the wrong direction. So literally a little bit at a time. If you can't leave it laid out, this is why your photo is a good plan. What I do is I stack them up and then label each row. So then you've got it again in a really like ordered way, and then you can you know, when you're ready to sew it, you can get your row back out, work it out, and you're not going back to square one because you won't remember. Again, I've done that. I've stacked it up. I've thought, I'll remember. No, you don't. You have to lay it all out again. There is not a thing I haven't tried to cut a corner on and discovered that actually you can't cut the corner successfully.
So are there many points to match? Because I think that can be a bit daunting.
Well, when we've got our rows together, yes, there will be some little points, but hopefully you can see there, when you put your triangles together, your point should be 1/4 inch away from the edge, because then when you join your rows, hopefully you're going to have a nice shape. So you can see on the bottom there, it's not right down to the corner. But what I would say is that don't get too hung up about it. Don't worry too much, especially if it is a first quilt, because when it's all done en masse, you don't notice if it's not entirely perfect.
No.
I know when I stand here and look really closely, this quilt is not entirely perfect on its points. But when you're just looking, you can't see that. You won't notice it when it's all done. So, you know, don't get too hung up about, oh my God, that one hasn't, you know, matched perfectly. I've got to unpick it and keep doing it, because you get cross and frustrated with it, don't you? Yeah. We have a little bit of a rule at the craft centre that you can have 3 goes and then you live with it. Because otherwise you just send yourself a bit bonkers. And it is one of those things that the more you do it, the better you get. Because you start to recognise where you need your 1/4 inches to be added on and where it's right or not. You can see as you're going.
So tell us a bit about the craft centre.
So it's based in Market Harborough, South Leicestershire, and we teach all kinds of crafts there. Not just sewing, all kinds of things. glass fusion, art classes, knitting, crochet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we have lots of lovely tutors that come in and teach their particular area of expertise. And then I teach dressmaking and patchwork. And we have a generally lovely time. We drink lots of tea, we put the world to rights, we make stuff. What's not to love?
Are you open every day?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, we've only got about 5 minutes left. This has gone really quickly. Jan loves your blouse.
Thank you.
Helen says my go-to quilting stitch is the serpentine stitch. That's a wavy one. Available on quite a few machines. It's very forgiving. So that was a good tip, Catherine.
It is a good one. And it makes it look like you've done some complicated free motion.
I do like things that look complicated that aren't.
Well, I think you don't have to make it look that complicated. It doesn't, you know, often with patchwork, things are quite simple, but look way more complicated than they are. So you don't have to make it very complicated. It just probably will look that anyway. Okay, so we've got two little rows there.
Carolyn's message in saying, I am lucky enough to have picture rails. I have 3 trouser hangers with a sheet hung up as my design walls, and I pin all my pieces onto the sheet. That's a good idea.
That's a good idea.
Then you can see exactly.
Yeah, and it's out the way. That is a really good idea. So 2 rows. Now, the pressing is important when you put your rows together. We're going to go one way with the seams for one way with the seams for the other, so that they nest together. And you really want to, you've got to make sure your seams are super nice and open. Pressing with patchwork's different to pressing. It's not like ironing your shirt. You've got
So do you steam?
I don't actually. I know lots of people do, but I think because I do dressmaking as well, I don't tend to have steam irons because interfacing and stuff doesn't stick with steam. So all my irons are dry irons, but I just make sure they're really hot.
Yeah.
And then usually I'm okay. But yes, you can steam it because it actually sets the stitches as well, doesn't it? Okay. And then, so you have got seams to match here. So the way to do this, if you're doing a big row, I would say start in the middle. That's the bit your eye's going to look at. If it does run out a little bit, that's going to be at the edges, which you're not going to notice as much. And I like to make sure my seams are matching nicely. And then kind of roll it down and I pin at the seam. Some people pin both sides. I just pin once. You do what suits you. If you do find things aren't quite matching up, there's usually a bit of stretch in your fabric. You can usually, or you can ease it in, like a sleeve if you've got a bit extra fabric. Lots of pins along. So again, don't worry too much if it's not perfect. You can usually kind of fiddle things around so it's okay.
Make it work, yeah.
Yeah. And then we'll go down that with a 1/4 inch seam.
I was told once, we were talking about where your eye is drawn to, and you're drawn to the centre and then outwards. Your eye automatically scans from left to right. So when you're binding your quilt, to start binding on the left-hand side, so the join's there, because your eye's taken straight across away.
That's
from
interesting.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
It does make sense. I didn't know that, but that is a good tip. You see, this is the thing. There is always something to learn, or someone who has a good tip. None of us know everything.
My mother used to. I was saying earlier, I went to college to do dressmaking techniques many years ago. When I first started, I've always sewn, but doing it as a profession.
Yeah.
And I thought, I know Mum taught me how to sew, but I'll go and learn how to do it properly. Everything she taught me
was right.
properly. Yeah.
That's annoying.
I just wish she was around so I could thank her for that.
Yeah.
Didn't appreciate it at the time.
And then, so got my 2 rows together, give it a good press. You see, now I can see that is not a perfect corner, but on the telly, It's not. It's okay. You'd get away with it when it's
Oh,
all
I wouldn't have
done.
noticed that unless
But
you
you,
pointed
this is
it out.
well, this is the thing. You don't really notice it, do
No.
you?
No.
No. So when you have a go, if it isn't perfect, don't be like, oh, I've got to undo that whole row. It's good enough. It's close enough.
Yeah.
You know, no one's going to notice that. I think that is often the thing with patchwork, that people feel they can't do it because it isn't perfect.
Yeah.
But it's more about the enjoyment of doing it, isn't
No,
it?
I think that's the whole thing about any craft, really, isn't it? It's not a chore. You don't do it because you have to.
No.
You do it because you want to.
Absolutely.
Because it's the whole process and enjoying it. And I know we talk a lot about things to make things quicker and how to make it easier. I like the long-term things, and I like the whole day that it can take me to cut out those shapes and sew them and press them before anything even comes together, because it's all part of the process.
It is. It is.
If I wanted a really, really quick project, I'd go and buy one. It's the process. That's why you do it. Isn't it? Oh, we're getting a bit deep there. Shall we have another look at this quilt kit? Oh, 2/3 of the stock sold out. The wonderful thing, and I know say it so many times, about social media and about live messages coming in, being live here on TV, being live on Facebook, being live on YouTube, wherever you are, is that you interact with people and you get to hear their stories. And it can be very humbling when you listen to people's stories and their reasons why they sew, particularly because that's all I do. I don't do any other crafts. And it makes you realise how important this craft is to so many people. I'd love you to share your story with us if you have one, if you don't mind, because it can be so useful to lots of other people as well. And, it's International Women's Day. We're not excluding men, but it would be lovely to hear from you and hear your stories about sewing as well. So £99.99. We took £70 off this bundle at the top of the hour. And we haven't got very much stock left, so well done for getting hold of yours. 10 pieces of fabric. They do vary in size, but there is enough to make the top of the quilt. You'll need backing fabric and you'll need wadding as well. So go check out your baskets if you're ordering that one. You've got yourself a really good deal on that, and it all comes beautifully packaged. If you're giving this as a gift, it's boxed, it's wrapped up in tissue paper, it's got a bow around it. It looks really special as well. Instructions on their own, we have either physical or digital. So physical, we'll post it out to you. That's £9.99. That's that one. And digital, if you do, well, you must have some kind of smartphone or something like that. You don't need a printer for this one, but if you're ordering online, then you're online, and that means that you can download this straight away and you can get sewing this afternoon if you want to. If you want to print it out, that's absolutely fine. There are pages in the back where you can fill in your own colours, choose your own layout. You'll need to print that out, but if you're just making the quilt, you don't need a printer because it's all done by instructions. I'm going to see you in an hour and a half.
Yes, I shall go and have a cup of tea.
Lovely.
I'll be back in a bit.
All right, thank you very much. And I shall see you again with Louisa and some English paper piecing just after the break. Off you go.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search SewingStreet. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search SewingStreet.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on SewingStreet.
Hello there, welcome back again. We've got Louisa for this hour. Hello.
Hello.
I'm running English paper piece.
We are. Nice
English
hand
paper
sew
piece.
enjoy.
Oh, sorry.
Hand sew enjoy.
It is. It's something that, for me, I don't do it very often, but when I do, I can't stop. I love it. And I find it so satisfying doing the tiny, tiny little stitches and then you can't see them. And it's such a rewarding thing. If you weren't aware, maybe you're brand new to sewing and you've only just discovered SewingStreet. What is English paper piecing?
Oh. Well, the idea is that you have shapes of paper that are accurately cut, hexagons, diamonds, and then also my shapes. You wrap fabric around the paper and then you sew them together and take the papers out. So you have an accurate shape because you've used the card as a template, if you like, or the paper. So, I mean, it's ancient hobby that was around with the Pilgrims.
Is it that long?
I think so, yeah, but they just use paper, newspaper probably, letters.
Yeah.
There was a lovely exhibition at the V&A years ago, and the letters, the papers had been left in, and you could see the old letters and the newspaper articles or the magazines.
Because didn't they leave the paper in for warmth?
Yeah, yeah.
And I mean, it wasn't, as far as I'm aware, it wasn't a technique that was developed because it looked nice or it was using small pieces of fabric and purposeful to keep you warm.
Exactly.
Oh.
So yeah, so I mean now it's a lot more mindful. It's sort of the whole mindful slow stitching thing, and I've just developed it. I got bored with hexagons and diamonds, right? And I have gone a bit curvy, but yeah. So it's...
Well, it means that you can create some really intricate design. And the one that we're going to show you, the demonstrating with, I can't imagine you could ever sew that on a sewing machine.
No.
But it's the accuracy, isn't it? Every shape is already cut out for you, in effect. So it has to fit together like a jigsaw. You can't go wrong with it.
It's tessellating and geometry and a bit of maths, sorry.
Well, we've got a lot for you in the show, so shall we go through everything that we've got here first of all?
Okay, so do you want to start with the wreath?
Let's start with the floral wreath.
So, because I'm an idiot.
Sorry?
Because I'm an idiot, I have for a change, I've organised this weeks ago, and then left the wreath runner in the spare room, not at the unit where everything else was, and then realised last night that I've left it on the spare bed. So
I would have lied and just stolen.
Well, it might.
It was in my car when I pulled into the petrol station.
And it's gone.
Yep.
It's gone.
Yeah.
The fairies have taken it.
Absolutely. So this is the bed runner. And what do I actually get in here? So I've got shapes and instructions.
So yeah, in the pattern, yeah.
Okay. And that's what you're going to...
So this is what we're going to make. So it's Quilt As You Go quilt, which is one of my favourites constructions. So you're just making 5 blocks of that ring and then putting them together, quilting them individually and then constructing them separately at the end.
So we've got the whole kit here actually,
Yes.
haven't we? Can I open that up?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh.
So the kit's got all the fabric for the front.
Oh,
so all your...
Oh, good folding, Louisa.
That was Lorna. I've got to mention Lorna.
And, oh, shall I put it over there? There you go. Oh, I see.
So yeah, so you've got all the fabrics from Macau's Flourish collection, which are beautiful. So they all coordinate, and you've just got enough to make what you need. So the thing with my kits is that you get what you need. You don't have to buy fat quarters and only use an 1/8 or a 5-inch square. You just get what you need. So this actually covers, so you can see on the pattern, each of them have got a border. So half of this fabric is for the borders of each of the blocks, and then the other half is for the actual rings.
Right.
So you've got the actual wreath here. So they all coordinate. It's up to you how you piece them. So there's 10 different fabrics. I've used one for each of the teardrops, if you like, but you could use 2 in each flower, so you can just alternate those 2 and have 5 of those. So you've still got the same fabric, still got enough fabric. It just depends on which way you want to lay them out, really. On my one, which I would show you if I had it, I've done them all in exactly the same order and exactly the same position, but it's up to you. So you've got that freedom to choose. So then the kit has, as I say, all the fabrics, and then you've got all the fabrics for the wreath, the pointy bits. What do I call them? Kites. So you've got, and again, you've got enough, you've got the same of the yellow and the red, but I've done 3 with the red and 2 with the yellow, but you can alternate, you can do what you want.
So there's 5 blocks altogether?
Yeah.
Right.
And then, so those are the pointy bits, and then you've got the more of the red for the joining strips in between. So I can show you what I mean about joining strips on the clamshell one, because that's constructed in the same manner. So all joining strips I'm talking about are these bits here.
Oh, okay.
So that's what you use, because it's Quilt As You Go, to join them up at the end. So it's a similar construction. So yeah, you can see that you've got the lines and then the sashing as well. Binding, sorry.
So you've got enough of the binding. Is the backing in there as well?
No, you need backing. 5 fat quarters, basically. That's what you need. And I think it was 4 inches of strips for the backing strips.
And what wadding would you use?
I always like an 80-20. If you are going to make your own version and you're going to use whiter fabric for the background, I'd go for a white wadding, because it keeps the crispness. So yeah, so that's the wreath pattern.
So it's £68.99 for the whole kit. if you wanted to go for that. I love your colour choices there. Thank you. If you just want the pattern but you'd rather use your own fabric, this is Pattern and Papers, and that's £21.99 if you want to go for those. And if you want to make more than one, you might want some extra. So these are the paper pieces. Is that enough to make 5 again?
3.
To make 3 from that one. So if you want to go for extra, you can reuse the papers.
You can reuse them, yes.
So if you're careful, but if you'd rather go for new, then we do have those for you. Those are £7.99. And what's that?
So this is the new acrylic template. So you don't need this. It's not mandatory to use it. You can just cut out the fabric with scissors. But I find that cutting out, you can cut multiple layers at once. You can fussy cut them because you can see through them, obviously. If I find...
Half the stock sold out already, that
version.
Quick.
Oh, where's it gone? Right, so I'll show you. So I tend to use, actually, with the straighter edges and the bigger curve edges, I do use an 18mm rotary cutter, which I'm hoping I brought with me. So it's a nice tiny rotary cutter. So if you're cutting out something like the long Dresden, you can just go around and it keeps it in nice tight. What I have found with the inner curves is you can't really comfortably get your cutter in there. So I actually draw that, just that curve. So you can cut all the other shapes, but you're just going to draw that inner curve. I mean, you can, to be honest, you can draw around the whole thing.
Step back a little bit, your head's right over the top.
You can draw around the whole thing and cut it out with scissors.
Okay.
But you can just use a rotary cutter for these bits. And I know I've got a rotating cutting mat, but I'm going to retain the whole thing.
Lots of you have these templates in baskets. We've only got 5 left now. So when everybody's checked out, there's only 5 left.
So yes, you can go all the way around. And as I say, because you can see through them, if you were going to fussy cut, if you wanted to get that flower in the centre, for instance, which I haven't done, but it's perfect. And then you would use that line then just to cut the rest. So it does make it easier, and it gives you a nice constant seam allowance as well. So I mean, yeah, alternatively, you could just, so this is your paper. You could just glue the back, dab a bit of glue on the back of the paper and then cut it out with a generous seam allowance, but you're not necessarily going to get an even seam allowance. You might, yeah. So these is a lot easier, really. Right, so now you're going to, oh, I've cut that the wrong way around.
I'll just read a message while we're there. This is from Kate. Hello, Kate. Louisa's kits are fab. I've made several other projects and she chooses gorgeous fabric combinations and papers can be reused. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. If you're the Kate I know you are, thank you very much. You're very generous. Right, so when you are going to baste them together, dab a bit of glue on the back and centre it as much as possible. And then on your inner curve, you're going to snip into the seam allowances, stopping just before you get to the paper. And then you're going to run, not a lot of glue, all you need is a single line of glue just on that bit of fabric there and then on the paper. So you're not going right on the edge, you're just going in from the edge, fold your fabric over, push it nice and firm. So my papers are quite thick, they're a light card, heavy paper, so you can push quite firmly and get that nice smooth curve. So if you were going to thread baste, I don't think you'd be able to get such a nice smooth curve. No. So the glue is imperative in this technique, really. And then again, you're going to run a line of glue in from the edge on the paper, fold them all over, so you get a nice sharp point there. And I do think thread basting, glue basting gives you a nice tighter fold as well. So,
you know, many years ago, I did a patchwork course and we had to cut out our own shapes from paper and, you know, did the whole thing. And we were hand tacking the fabrics on them. And I said to the tutor, wouldn't it be easier just to glue it? And I got thrown out. She was mortified.
Oh, yes, yes.
We don't do that. But that was before there was specific, because I was thinking Pritt stick.
I mean, Pritt stick, people do try and use Pritt stick, and
no,
please don't use Pritt stick. This is a purpose-made glue. It's very temporary. I mean, it's quite hot. it feels quite sturdy while you're sewing, but when you heat it again with the iron, it
Yeah.
just comes away really easily. So, one thing I did forget to say is this template is quite special because it's got a curved line on there. So that comes into use when you're piecing the pieces together. So make sure that you've got that face up every time you baste. So basically it makes sure also that they're all the right way, the same way around, because you don't want some like that and some like that. Okay, so then when you go on the outer curve, you're just going to push the fabrics. So I just wanted to show this basting thing because, to be honest, this is the technique that I use for all of these. So if you want to go through more of the patterns now, then people will have more of an idea of the technique. And then I'll do the sewing.
The acrylic templates have sold out now. The paper templates on their own, 2/3 of the stock of those are sold out. So you've got enough for 3 more blocks if you wanted to add those to your order. Those are £7.9. Oh, there's one left. When you've all checked out, there's only one left. We do have the pattern on its own, so this will come with paper pieces for 5 blocks, won't it?
Yeah.
For all 5. We do have that on its own, but half of the stock of this one sold out when everyone checked out. That's £21.99. And then the full kit with the fabric, yes, we've got that as well. So that includes all of the fabrics here and your instructions and your paper pieces. We've only got 12 of these left when everybody's checked out there as well, so that's going to go too. Busy morning this morning, isn't it? Busy. But as you said, we've got lots more patterns for you. So should we have a look at, which one do you want to go to? It's up to you.
Would you want to do the clamshell behind me?
Okay.
Because that's an easier one. So do you want to...
So let's do instructions first. And is that enough to do this?
Yes. So you have 6 blocks worth of papers in there. So you do 6 blocks, take the papers out and reuse them for the second 6.
Right.
Okay. So there's 96 papers. And then again, it's the same method as we've done here. So you piece your ring, sew it onto the background fabric, add the borders and then quilt it. So because it's quilt as you go, you can do as much or as little quilting as you want. You can do it on the machine, you can do it by hand. I love my big stitch hand quilting. So this is an ideal opportunity to get into your hand quilting because you're only working on that much at a time and then you join them together with Quilt As You Go, which I'll briefly cover in a minute.
Okay, so we have the, again, the instructions and the templates. Extra templates if you wanted to go for those as well. So that was £27.99. Extra templates, how many are in here, Lisa?
There are enough for 3 full rings again.
Okay, so 3 rings in there for £7.99. And then, as before, there's the acrylic templates, which makes life easier for cutting fabric.
It does indeed, definitely. And again, I've fussy cut. Did I fussy cut? Yes, I did fussy cut some of these. So those 4 are identical and those 4 are identical. So again, you can see through the position the template on top of the fabric.
I think that works so well, particularly when you've got a larger print like that.
Yeah.
Because it would look a little bit odd, wouldn't it, if you've got half a flower on one and then maybe nothing on another. Yeah. We've only got 10 of those left, sorry, when everybody's checked out of that one. Really busy for these acrylic templates. Don't wait for those. I wouldn't leave it till the end to make your mind up. Just go ahead and order those as soon as you can. Right, so that is the clamshell flower. That's the one behind us. And
the bloom now. So the bloom, you've got 3 different shapes in this one. So you have got the large apple core, which again, this is in my spare room as well. Sorry. So you've got the...
stolen
by the fairies. So you've got the apple core and the large petal shape, and then you've got a small Dresden in the middle.
So that's instructions and your templates. And then extra templates if you wanted those. We have those as well. So that's £14.99. These again, £7.99.
And that's enough to make the full both rings. So I said this would, it finishes at 24 inches square this, but again, you could do a quilt as you go, larger block, make it into a quilt or a lap quilt.
And then the acrylic templates, you know how popular those are going to be. And those details coming up in just a second. So there's a few templates in there, isn't there? So you've got 1, 2, 3 templates. Lovely. And again, if you're going to make the show, certainly if you love it and you want to make lots of different items, maybe, you know, cushion covers, or you can make that into a bag front even.
Yeah, exactly. And you could just do Dresdens. You don't need to do the apple core. You could do lots of apple cores. You could do big cushions. Yeah, so they're very reusable.
We'll get back to you with the details of that one. Okay, so hold fire for that one at the moment. And we've got a full kit of the bloom.
No. Oh, yes, we do, but I haven't got it with me.
Stolen.
Stolen. I can show you. So this is the colours that it comes in. So, yeah, so this is there's two versions, actually. Oh, no, sorry, no, there's only one. This is the plain and simple from Makawa. So it's quite a lovely spring floral, ditzy floral collection.
It's really pretty.
Yeah.
I'm so loving the sunshine being out now.
Yes.
I mean, it's still dark when
it's
it comes to
dull
work
this
in the morning,
but yeah.
I love, because I leave home at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I love it in the summer when that's daylight.
Yes.
And, you know, you can hear the birds singing, and it's...
Oh, the birds have been lovely. I heard you mention the wrens earlier. We've got wrens. They are very noisy for such a little bird. They make an awful lot of racket.
These colours, again, they're just... I love spring and summer colours. It's just uplifting. And when it's been particularly grey and miserable outside for so long, it's just nice to see colours like that.
So this one actually is a nice, again, a nice curved shape. But this one you have got an obvious start and end point.
Yeah.
So again, I've done before, snipped into the seam allowance, into the curved edge first, run your glue just in from the edge on the paper, fold it over, so you get a nice tight curve. And when you sew them together, so I'll quickly do this. I'll do the reef one a bit more in a minute.
So how long have you been doing this?
Curved EPP, probably 8 years. So I was on Sewing Quarter with you, I think. I'm sure we did a show on Sewing Quarter back in the day. And I was doing other people's stuff then. So then when that all went and I concentrated on Sew Motion, I sort of thought, it's become my thing. I don't know, I do machine as well. I do half square triangles, I do all sorts of things, but curved English paper piecing seems to have become my look. Which is lovely, because I do a lot of it in front of the telly and in the car and all sorts. So yeah, so when you're piecing, a couple of things. So you're going to use a flat back stitch and you're going to anchor your points. So I always anchor that bottom point first, just with a couple of stitches across the seam allowances, so you know that's not going to move anywhere. I've tried binding clips, I've tried pins, but they all move. To be honest, just putting a couple of stitches in there that you know aren't going to move takes the strain off your shoulder for one thing, so you're not holding onto it for dear life. But also, you can then, you know that's not going to go anywhere. So you can just concentrate. So you start from the other end of your seam, and rather than putting them right sides together like you would hexagons or diamonds or straight edges, you hold them flat to each other and you sew a flat back stitch. So where you didn't glue right to the edge of the paper, you've got a bit of fabric there that's not stuck down. So that's what you're sewing into. So you're still doing a whip stitch. You're not doing a ladder, you're still doing a whip stitch, but you're going across the back. And because you're going across the back, you're not taking your thread through to the front so much. So you're not going to see your threads, your stitches so much on the front.
Not seen that before. That's really clever.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's a flat back stitch. I mean, I do this with hexagons and diamonds now because of that you're not taking the thread through to the front. I always try to, I know I haven't here, but I always try to have the piece that I'm joining in this hand, so you're not holding too much in this hand. So try and have it so you're going that way. So I'd join that point and then sewn from that direction.
And do you use Aurifil thread, yeah?
I use Aurifil thread, 50 weight for the piecing, and then, if I can, 80 weight for the applique, because it disappears. It's amazing.
Helen's messaged in. Hi, Helen. And she says, morning, Louisa and Debbie. I love the choice of fabrics, always great quality. I've made many projects, and the instructions are really easy to follow.
If that's the Helen that I think it is. Yes, she has made many projects. Thank you,
your mates all
Helen.
messaging in today.
So yeah, so that's that one. That's the apple core. The Dresden plate, I mean, is a simple one, but the one with my papers, again, you've got that scored line there that you match up, and it basically tells you where to stop. You know, sometimes when you do a Dresden plate and it sits up because you've gone too tight. This actually tells you where to stop or start sewing. So you are going to join those two lines. Oh, where are we? You're going to, because they're scored, you can actually fold them and find the exact point underneath the seam allowance, start from that point, tack that point, and then you've got an accurate circle and it'll join up at the end.
Fabulous. And how do you take the papers out?
Right, so when you take the papers out, if they've been in a while, they might have got a bit hard, the glue might have got a bit hard and it might be a bit tough to get out. But when you press it, so I would best press it on the front, just so that you keep that nice sharp curve when you remove the papers. When you press it, the heat from the iron will soften the glue up a bit, and then you literally peel back the seam allowances. So if you want things with a nice curved edge as well, like here, I mean, obviously we haven't pieced this curve, but having that glue creates a nice needle turned applique, so it takes the pain out of needle turned applique as well, because you've got a nice folded curved edge there.
And then this is applique, so what stitch would you use to sew this onto the project?
So just a slip stitch around.
In your 80 weight?
Yeah.
What colour?
I'd probably go with a light silver, just a neutral, or a white even with this one, with the background. So this is one, if I had it with me, you would see that it's got a white background. And again, I'd use white wadding for that because it keeps its nice crisp. Yeah.
I've got a picture on there, look, so you can see what that's like. So that's the kit at £20.99. That's enough to make. Well,
that's the pattern and the papers, yeah.
What about the border? Is that something that you need to add extra?
That's just the pattern. That doesn't come with the fabrics.
But I'll show the picture for the kit because I haven't got the picture, that's all.
Oh, yes, sorry, the kit. Sorry, I forgot about that. Yes, the kit comes with the binding and the borders and the background fabric and all the pretty shapes, yeah.
Lovely. If you want to go over the templates on its own, so template and instructions, which are those ones, you can go for those. So we'll get details out there. You go £14.99 is your price there. And, oh, that's summer bloom wool. That's the same one, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
And then the papers on their own, if you wanted to order extra papers, we have those for you. And then the acrylic templates we've sold out, but we're going to see if we can get some more stock. So we'll get back to you with that one. Okay, right. Right, that's that one. It's a good job we've got a long show, isn't it? We've got so much to show us. Should we do curve appeal?
Yes.
So curve appeal, is that one?
Yes.
Is the cushion in front of us there? And have you got a kit for this one, or is it just the
it's just the instructions.
Lovely, okay. So the pre-cut papers, and your instructions if you wanted to go for those.
Although I've got a feeling
available.
we might not have the pattern. I think it was just the papers and the instructions.
Oh, okay. So those ones.
Yeah.
So we've got the paper pieces.
So this is as close to, so if you've done hexagons forever and ever, but you want to try a little bit, something a bit different, this is basically just a hexagon with a curved edge in it. So I've just taken a chunk out, if you like. So you use that same flat back stitch to piece the curved crescent shape into the hexagon. So you end up with a hexagon. And then you piece those together as you would normal hexagons. But again, I would tack those points first, so you're matching up those points, and then sew the seam.
That's such an effective design.
It looks a bit CND-like sometimes. I sort of had to, but if you do it, so I think I've done it as a wall hanging. If you do these all in the same order, they look a bit like tumbling blocks.
Oh yes, yes, of course.
Because the shading.
I like the size you've chosen as well.
Yeah.
That's going to build really quickly, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. £8.99 for your papers, and then there's also the acrylic templates. Have we got this one now?
Oh, have we not got any of it?
Have we got this one? Lovely. There you go, £13.99 is your price, and there's two in there.
There's two in there, yeah. And again, you've got the centre point to, if you're fussy cutting.
Oh, and they all come with these sticky dots
Yeah,
on?
so they all come with the sticky dots.
Oh,
They're
wow.
made by Crafty UK, who are very good. Andy and Joe are amazing. So they've got your 3/8 seam allowance, which I find is slightly better. Well, it is better than the 1/4 inch, especially with glue basting. So you just need a little bit more than a 1/4. So yeah, so you've got a consistent 3/8 inch seam allowance.
That's £13.99 for those. Right, shall we have a look at Sunspell?
I have got this one.
Have you?
That's that one.
So that is striking, isn't it? That's bigger than I thought it would be looking at the picture. That would make a lovely table topper.
Yes.
Just the circle there, really pretty. So the individual shapes, because when I first saw these when I came into the studio, I thought that it was circles and then you'd applique the...
Oh, yeah.
Like the melon shape. Is it a melon shape?
Or
orange peel.
petal. Yeah, orange peel.
Over the top, but now they're all individual pieces they come together like a jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, so that's the same ring as the bloom that we just did. And then you've got a smaller apple core clamshell in the middle, which is just a smaller version of the clamshell behind me.
Right, yeah.
And then you've got a big fat Dresden. I'm terrible with my names. I've just called it a fat Dresden, which I'm sure isn't very pretty. But want for a better name. So yeah, so
say it as it is. Fat Dresden.
Fat Dresden. But that shape's quite nice because it's quite big and you can do some lovely fussy cutting with it.
Oh, that's lovely.
So that's quite fun.
Oh, and Christmas fabric. That'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Or I did bring the other version. If you didn't want to go Christmas, you can obviously make it into whatever you want, really. But if you've got a collection and you've got a couple of hero prints, the outside shape would be perfect for fussy cutting the bigger designs.
Lovely. Very effective. So pattern and papers, £20.99. If you want papers just on their own, we have those available for you too. And those are £11.99. And then there's a few templates in there.
Yes, there are 5, sorry.
5 altogether. So a lot of templates for that one. And that's £32. Is that sold out? Oh, that's gone, sorry. Oh. But we do have the paper templates for you. So just add your own 3/8 of an inch around the edge then. Yeah, lovely. Okay, so that's Sunspell, and I'm getting these mixed up now, aren't I?
No, you're all right.
Dresden plate.
So again, you've just got the papers.
Oh, right.
Papers and acrylic template for that one. So that's the small Dresden that's in the bloom that we just did. Right. But if you just wanted to do your own Dresden, then you've got those two.
Okay, so the acrylic plate, details on your screen, that's only £6.99. And you'll need both of them. And if you want to go for the paper templates, I mean, go for a few. You'll only need one of those, but you could maybe go for a few of these, couldn't you?
There's 100 in there. So
is there?
you need 12 for each one.
Oh, I was going to keep you going for ages.
So 100 divided by 12 is, Chris?
100 divided by 12. I'm going to say 9. 8.33333333.
That's annoying.
Recurring.
9 would have been a nice 3x3 block, but you can reuse them. They're fine.
Yeah, now £8.99 for those. This is the long Dresden.
So this is a new one that I've just brought out. So it is. Oh, you've got the runner pattern as well. So it's just a longer version, but that's my one.
Okay.
My design.
So acrylic templates, £7.99. And, oh, lovely. You've got the papers as well. So paper pieces, there's 60 in there.
So you need 20 per ring, so that gives you 3 rings in there.
Right. And that's £8.99. And then the instructions and paper templates for the table runner.
Which is in the spare room on the pile.
We should have come to you on location, shouldn't we? £13.99.
But this looks lovely in Christmas prints as well.
Oh,
so
yes.
I know we shouldn't be mentioning that word quite yet, but plenty of time.
Oh, I don't mind that at all. You can get some real bargain Christmas fabric at this time of year, and it's nice to get things started. And
well, if you do with intention, you can make a runner for all your family, or placemats if you're having 12 at Christmas. You're not going to start that in November, are you?
Yeah, that's a nice idea. And if you're making to sell, I mean, can you make to sell with your things? Those craft fairs, doesn't matter what time of year. Christmas is always popular, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we've got diamond paper pieces.
Yes, there is an acrylic template for that, but that seems to have gone with the fairies as well. Oh, that's the Dresden. Oh, that's what happened. I brought 2 Dresdens instead of the diamond. So that's the diamond. There is a Dresden, a diamond acrylic template, I think.
So shall we give the details of the acrylic templates? So, this is the paper ones, £8.99. These are 60-degree diamonds,
Yes,
are they?
yeah.
So you can do tumbling blocks with those.
You can.
And if you wanted to go for the acrylic templates, which look like that but not hexagons, or £6.99. Do you want to go for that one? And they are 1 3/4 on the sides of them, just to let you know.
So a nice manageable size, not too big, not too small.
Only got 8 left of those when you're all checked out. And then hexagons.
So this is another new one. So that's just a 1-inch hexagon.
So this is the 1 inch. So it's 1 inch for the inside bit, not for the outside, because obviously you're going to wrap that around.
Yeah.
Where's it got holes in it?
That's the sticky dots. Oh, those ones.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. So if you wanted to cut your own papers or fabrics, you could just put dots and then join them up to make your own paper templates, but life's too short. Andy does that just for everything. Has got, if you wanted a mark, if you were fussy cutting again and you wanted to line up the dots or the places or wherever you wanted to cut it.
Fabulous.
But yeah.
£6.99 for that one. And then your paper shapes, you've got 100 in there. And they're 1 inch again, and those are £8.99. Then we've got a big hexagon. So this is the 2 inches.
Yeah, which is that size, to give you an idea, without the curve, obviously. But it's just that, that's the 2 inch. So again, a nice, big, chunky size.
And that's £9.99. And then your 2 inch paper pieces, 40 shapes of those. And they are £8.99. Have we done everything?
I think so, yes.
I think we have.
So shall I do the reef demo?
Curve appeal cushion and the bloom templates, we're still working on those. So as soon as they're up on the website, we'll give you the details of those as soon as we can. I haven't been taking any notice of you whatsoever. I'm sorry about that. Sue's messaged in and says, when I'm married, we had no money, and I mean as poor as church mice. My nana died when I was small, and my mother never learned to sew. We needed curtains and couldn't afford ready-made, so I set off to, oh, it's a long one. So I set off to the rag market, as I'm scrolling up. Bought myself a Reader's Digest, learned to sew book, dug out my nan's hand-cracked singer out of the loft and taught myself to make my curtains. Book propped up at the side and cranked away. Loved it so much and never looked back. Well done, Sue. Well done you, teaching yourself to sew. Not many people do that. I was asking for people's stories earlier on, so hopefully we'll get some more of those as well. What would you like to show us?
Right, so I've lost my... Oh, I don't know where that's gone. Right, OK, so I will do... Oh, there it is. So we'll do another one of these.
Okay. Who taught you how to sew, or did you teach yourself?
I taught myself. Mum was very, well, yeah, she dressmade. She did dressmaking. I remember going to dressmaking classes. I think when she was pregnant with my sister, we used to go to the local church group and she was doing dressmaking. But, I mean, she knitted. She was very good knitter and she could do it with her eyes shut, which was annoying. But yeah, anything, I mean, I sort of had my go at anything, sort of crafty, tapestry, embroidery, cross-stitch, all of that, and knitting, and I think Nan taught me how to crochet. And yeah, so she helped me, but she wasn't really an avid sewer as such.
Yeah.
So she was too busy, really. But yeah, no, she was always supportive and amazing. Sorry, my Auntie Jean is watching now, and she'll probably be in tears at this point. But yeah. Anyway, right, so... As we did before, I'm just going to make sure that that curved edge is face up. And you're just going to dab a glue on the back. Again, you can use this way. You can see that I naturally do it this way, or you can use your acrylic template. But again, when you do the acrylic template, make sure that the sewing is the writing is the right way up, and that will ensure that you get all your shapes the same way up. You don't want them some way or some the other. So this is how you cut it out. But again, you would not necessarily get an exact 3/8, and it's probably a bit laborious cutting it out with scissors, but there we go. So, so you cut into, so whenever you've got an inner curve, So as I showed you before on the apple cores, on the clamshells, snip into your inner curve, apply a thin line of glue, not right on the edge, just in from the edge, and push your fabrics over so you've got a nice tight fold. On your straight edges, fold it over nice and tightly. And then on the outer curve, you don't need to snip it, just push it on firmly so it gathers itself up on the back, like so. So you get a nice smooth curve. If you get a point, like I've got a little point there, just undo the glue, peel back the glue and re-stick it. Okay, so that's your shapes. On the kite shape, it's just straight edges. So again, I've cut out this with the acrylic template, and you can layer 2 or 3, 4 even layers of fabric up at once and cut that out using the acrylic template. So it's very good for multiple cutting. And then again, dab a little bit of glue on the seam allowance there. 20. And then fold that over like so. So you get nice sharp points. So you've got a nice sharp curve.
So those will kind of go together. I love the way that these come together. As I said, initially when I saw that, and you probably thought the same at home, you assume that they're going to overlap.
Yeah.
I think this is such a clever design, the way that you've done this.
So
and then obviously that kind of goes in there like that.
So when you start off, you're actually going to piece those two together first. So you're going to get 10 sets of these. And where's my thread gone? So again, you can actually use the traditional whip stitch for this because it is a flat stitch, a flat edge. But again, I still prefer the flat back stitch because of that, not being able to see the stitches on the front so much. You might see them slightly when you take the papers out, but really not as much as you would if you were doing the traditional whip stitch. Right, so we're going to start attaching a kite shape. So I've knotted the end of the thread. Just bring it up into the seam allowance at that fat point. And then you're going to just join that across to that point at the bottom of the curve of your teardrop. I think I've now called them wreath A and wreath B because that's what the templates are called. But I tend to call them a teardrop and a kite shape. That's what they used to be called.
Catherine's messaged on Facebook saying, am I able to purchase 80 weight thread with the kits? I'm not sure. Chris, do we have 80 weight Aurifil thread on the website? We're checking it out for you, Catherine.
So you're going to sew all the way up with that flat back stitch. So it doesn't matter where you start and stop. As long as you start at that point, you don't need to match the other point up with anything.
This is what I just find it so relaxing. I love English paper piecing. Excuse me, and having that, a little zip bag with all of the pieces in, and let's say when you're watching TV, or if you're travelling somewhere, or you're going somewhere where you can't take a sewing machine, like the beach. I can't remember the last time I went to a beach.
Or you've got to be sociable. If you obviously sitting in front of the telly with your husband of an evening and you have to be sociable and interact, yes. You can do this without.
Yes, yeah. I just find it so rewarding. That 80 weight thread, Catherine, I'm afraid we don't have on the website at the moment. We are out of stock, so I'm sorry about that. I think we've got 50, but we don't have the 80.
So I find the 50 better for piecing because it's just slightly stronger than the 80. I know some people use the 80 and they put it through the waxy thing.
Oh, yes.
My brain's not working today. They treat it, so strengthen it with the beeswax, is it?
Yes.
Yes.
The waxy thing's fine.
Yeah, the waxy thing.
Put that into the search engine, it'll come up with the right thing.
But the 50s just gives it a bit extra strength and doesn't tear, really. And I can actually see it as well.
Once upon a time, I decided I was going to make an English paper piece quilt using 1-inch hexagons.
Oh, as you do.
So, and you know, king size. So I started off with all good intentions. Now, when you sew 2 hexagons together, it doubles the size. And then you put another one on, and it grows really quickly till it gets to about this big. And then you put another hexagon on, and it doesn't look as though it's made any difference. And this king-size quilt that I started ended up being a very small cot size with a really big board around the edge.
I always say it when I see people at shows, and it's like they say about the king size. I said, we've all got a king, half made, or not even half made, really, is it?
It's up here still.
The first quilt we've ever, yes, I'm going to make myself a king size hexagon quilt.
Yeah. This is a pliqué on. What
Yes,
do you
I
do with
was
all
just
of
going
these
to,
end bits?
let me just do one of these bits. I just wanted to show you how I pieced the 2 together, because you'd have to match something up to make sure that you get a full circle.
Okay.
But I just didn't have 2 of these. Okay, so I'm just going to base this together. I forgot what, is it 11:30, isn't it? I've got plenty of time.
Yeah, hour and a half today.
Okay, so I'll just piece this one onto here. So you are going to get a good idea of what I'm doing here, because I'm doing it. I think that's why I've a lot of my EPP projects are small wall hangings, cushions, so you can actually get it finished.
Yeah.
And I mean, the quilt as you go is like, you could just do a block a month. You don't need to do everything. You don't need to do it all in one go.
I'm not very good at putting things down without finishing them.
Ah. You haven't gotten 10 projects on a go at the same time?
No.
What?
No, I follow through, personally. Probably why my hexagon quilt didn't actually end up as big as I would have liked it to.
Right,
No, that
yeah.
did take a while.
Oh, I think I try to have a machine and a hand. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. It's all hand now. I do some machine. I'm doing a nice big one for a magazine at the moment, which, you know, when you're asked to design something, you think, oh, yeah, I'll just do that. And then you actually don't think about how long it's going to take and how many pieces are involved. And then you've got to quilt it.
So which magazine is it? Where will we see it?
Love Patchwork and Quilting. I'm not sure when it's out, to be honest. But yeah, the editor just said, oh, can you do this and this and this? And I was like, oh, well, yeah, I'd love to. Of course. Ask me to design something new, and I'm sure, yes, I always say yes. That's it, but yeah, I've got an exciting collab coming, actually, which I haven't actually talked about yet, and I'm going to keep it a secret.
Oh, all right.
But it's a fabric designer has done a special panel to make one of my curved EPP designs.
Oh.
And it looks stunning. So we're just working on getting it together now. So I'm hoping to bring that soon.
Oh.
Right, so when you join them together, so you're going to get 10 of these units, like so. And then where we had that curved shape on the paper, so because you can join these along that seam anywhere, and they won't necessarily make a circle at the end, and they won't match up. So what you want to do, where that curved line is, that is going to line up with that point there, and that point is going to line up with that point there. Okay, so because they're curved edges, you can fold the fabric to get the point underneath the seam allowance, to bring your needle up at that point, and then you're going to join that point there. Ooh. Okay, so you're just going to sew across the seam allowances just to join the two, and then I would then turn that around and sew up that seam. So this seam's actually attached in 2 sections. So you're going to do this one first. So I do tend to use a neutral thread most of the time, a grey or a cream, But this one, I've actually used a red thread to connect this seam here that I'm doing, and then used a cream thread to do that bit.
Right.
So even though you can't really see the stitches from the front, I also think that if you use thread the same colour, then that also gives you a bit of a help. I didn't used to do that. But as I keep treating myself to boxes of Aurifil thread, I thought I should use it really.
You really can't see the stitches. It's quite, yeah, it's a really clever technique. Got another message. And this is from Michelle in Carmarthenshire. Hello. Hi ladies, fab relaxed morning, loving the demo. What size needles and what thread are you using on the EPP? Because she's going to have an attempt at it.
Yay! I use John James Sharp's needles. I use a size 10 because I can see the eye. If you're brave and go for a size 12 and you've got very good eyesight, then yeah, go for it. But you want as fine a needle as you can possibly manage with it being comfortable. And I tend to use, I don't know, I have used a milliner's needle. I know some EPP is like that, but I find it cumbersome. But I don't know that if that's because I'm doing the flat back stitch. I think Jenny Jackson uses a milliner's and she does it that way and goes in and out. So I think that's probably why. I find a shorter needle a bit more easier to use.
Okay.
So yeah, so John James Sharp's and then yeah, Aurifil 50 weight. So right, when you've done that seam there, you're now going to start from the other end. So it's all a matter of anchoring your points, joining at the right points and the flat back stitch. So again, you're going to fold your paper so you can find that seam allowance underneath. Is that there? No. Yeah. And then join that piece to that piece.
So when you're hand quilting, excuse me, do you use quilting needles for those little
No,
tiny
I
ones?
use an embroidery needle actually.
Oh, do you?
Because I do big stitch quilting, I find an embroidery needle just works. A size 7, I think. John James again.
Do you use embroidery thread?
I do. I've used embroidery thread in the past and used just 3 strands. But I also have now fallen in love with Aurifil's 8 weight, which is like a perlé, which is lovely. So I use that now. But I mean, it's up to you. You can use a proper quilting thread that's waxed. That's just a bit finer. So if you want
That waxy stuff.
That waxy stuff. But that's sort of, to me, it doesn't give as much definition as an embroidery. I think the embroidery adds more decoration to the block.
Yeah.
Just adds another layer of prettiness. So yes, you're going to go all the way up this seam and then you're going to create a circle and they will line up at the end because you've matched all your points. If you do find this is sticking up slightly, when you press it, it will flatten down. And when you take the papers out, it will flatten down.
Hillary's sent a message, you can see on the bottom of the screen, wanting you to show the knot.
Okay. Right, hang on. Right, so if I do it with dark thread, you might see it better. Right, so...
Oh, just quickly, can you check out your baskets for the kit because we've got more people trying to order than we actually have stock of, so that's about to sell out, so just to let you know.
Okay, so you're going to have the long end. So you've threaded your needle, you've got the short end at that end and the long end in your left hand. I'm doing this right-handed.
Let's see if that is better to see.
Yeah. Yeah, so obviously swap this if you're left-handed. You're going to put the long end of the thread between your finger and needle and wrap it round the end of the needle. Obviously, the more wraps you do, the bigger the knot. And then you're going to grab all of that in between your left thumb and forefinger and pull it through. Just gently, and then you'll get a nice big knot at the end of your thread. So I'll do that again. So wrap the long end around your needle, pull it through your forefinger and thumb, and then you'll get a knot.
You'll get to do that without even thinking about it.
You'll do it
when
in
you
your
get
sleep.
used to it.
Yeah.
And it gives you a really nice secure knot instead of wrapping it around your finger and hoping that something knocks.
Oh yeah, well I mean some quilters just do that, and I'm like, what are you doing?
Do that.
What are you doing? I was like, and it works for them, but obviously I'm not that. Yeah, they just do that. I don't get it.
Fee, so, oh hello again. Been here all morning. I'm so impressed with the flat back stitching. What a difference it makes to the appearance on the front. I will be using it now. She said, thank you.
Definitely, it's a game changer really.
So just to give you a reminder of the kit. I haven't seen that for a while. So this is these are the fabrics that you're going to get. Basically, I don't know. I'd put it somewhere. There you go. So in the box, you'll have your instructions. You'll have your paper pieces, and what a lovely selection of fabrics these are. They're fresh and pretty, and I'm assuming you deliberately chose small prints so that you're not going to lose any of the designs.
Yes, definitely.
But they coordinate together so beautifully. And I love what you said earlier, Louisa. You get enough to make the project. Yeah. Not too much. No. If you're buying fat quarters, or if you get kits where you think, oh yeah, I've got plenty more than I actually need, you're paying for fabric that you're not using.
Exactly.
Basically.
Exactly. And I mean, in this eco-green world that we are now living in, and we've got to be. And to be honest, you don't need to. You could spend the money on a different project.
That's true.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got more people trying to order this than we actually have. So if you are one of those people, then please go through and place your order. It's £68.99. When we sell out of that, 'cause that's going to go, we do have the pattern available on its own. So that will be with the paper pieces. So you choose your own fabrics. And we've only got 10 of those left when everyone's checked out. So that's £21.99 for those.
And if you did want to go, I mean, I think it would make, if I had the time, I would have made it into a quilt. I just didn't make the time. But it would make a beautiful quilt. This ends up as 2 metres wide with 5 blocks. But if you reuse the papers or got some more papers, you could do the 3x4 blocks and make a beautiful quilt. I just wish I had the time.
It's such a lovely size, that as well, isn't it? And even having just those applique pieces in the centre, it just... I love that design. So a little bit different. Right, we had issues with a couple of things earlier on, but Chris has sorted it. He's rolled his sleeves up and gone and sorted it. So we have the Sew Motion Bloom acrylic templates we do have available for you now. Those are they're £30.97. Did we have a sample of those? What that looks like?
That was the apple core. Yeah, that was stolen by the fairies. That was the apple core and there we go.
That one, lovely. So yeah, that's the design you can just about see on there, but that's the size, just to give you an idea of what it looks like, and that goes round in a circle around the edge. So we do have them.
We have got the pattern for that as well, over there. Oh. The pattern and the papers.
That one, there you go. So pattern and papers, so go for the two together. You've got the pattern, so all of your instructions and the papers in there, and then pop those onto your order as well while we've still got them, because we've been selling out left, right and centre of these acrylic templates. But if you wanted to just go for this on its own, that's your wall hanger, it's £14.99. And then, did we have papers? I've made such a mess of everything.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Extra papers, if you want to go for those as well, may as well. Pop those on your order, and those are £8.99 if you want to go for those. Okay, the other one was the curve appeal.
Oh, was that the pattern or the papers?
I've just piled it.
I think it was the papers and the...
It was the pattern that we couldn't find earlier on, but we've got it.
There's the papers. Oh, you got the pattern.
So, if you want to go for the curve appeal, pattern and paper pieces, yeah, we got it now. And that's £12.99 for those. And then we do have the extra paper pieces as well for that one. And that's the cushion that we've got on the set in front of us as well, if you wanted to see what that one looks like.
The acrylic template as well. That one.
And we've got the templates as well. So acrylic templates are £13.99. You've got 2 templates in there, but there's only one left when you've all checked out. And then the paper pieces, £8.99 for those. There we go. Sorry, we disturbed you down
No,
there.
that's all right. So I'll show you how then to take the papers out and to plique that onto the background. Okay. So, as I said before, if the glue's got hard, then you just give it a press and they all come out very easily. This is why I go for a slightly bigger seam allowance, because you are, for a better word, scratching, but it's a terrible word. So because you're pulling the seam allowances away, you want as big a seam allowance as you, without being too baggy really. So then I would remove all of these.
See, this is a satisfying thing to do as well.
Yes, it is, especially if you've got nails. Nails help. But yeah, again, it's like, you can do this in batches. You can do all your gluing in batches, cutting in batches, gluing in batches, then sit and sew. You can prepare all the pieces before you get in the car or go on a holiday. Cruises, perfect holiday to sit and do some EPP. If you don't get people bothering you going, oh, what are you doing? So yeah, because the only thing with this is because that is vulnerable, because it's a bit thinner, just be careful when you're pulling it out so that you can reuse it again. So I won't do all of these, I'll just do a few. Okay.
So have you got many more designs in the pipeline?
Oh, yes. Well, we were saying before, weren't we? It's like when you sort of think, well, I'll stop for a minute or I'll do that. And then you just fill it with something else that you think, oh, I could do that. It's just because when you've got a creative mind, you never stop coming up with new designs, do you? You know more than anyone. It's like, you can't stop. And to be fair, if we did retire, what would we do? Because we're doing what we want to do
Probably
now.
take up sewing myself, you know.
Or sew for yourself. Actually make clothes for yourself.
That is something that I would really like to do, is make clothes.
Yes, me too, actually. Yeah, that's one thing. Hannah, the floor manager, was saying that she'd like to learn how to make dresses. And I just saw the advert for Tilly coming on next week. And I've made 3 items, all of which are the same skirt by Tilly. And like the last one didn't actually fit. It's perfect for a 12 or a 10, but for me it didn't fit. So I don't know why I did them. But her instructions are amazing and her videos are amazing. So I've suggested that she uses her. But yeah, right. So once you've taken the papers out, I'm going to pretend that I've taken all of those out. Go to the iron and just repress. I'll bring that here.
I did some, it was a while ago, doing some English paper piecing on my knee while I was watching TV. You know what I'm going to say?
Oh, you've sewn yourself.
I was so disappointed. I actually cut the hole in my skirt so that I didn't have to unpick the stitches. My EPP was worth more than the skirt I was wearing.
Well, to be honest, it probably took a lot longer to make.
Yes. I didn't wear the skirt again.
No. Well, you could have put the patch on it. Patched it.
Just left it sewn in.
Yes. Okay, so I don't know what this iron's doing. So press your seams nice and flat again. I mean, this is another thing about the flat back stitch. Your seams are flat, so you haven't got so much bulk. With the other technique of doing it back to back, you're obviously sewing them back to back. So if you're sewing them flat to begin with, they tend to sit nice and flat. So then you're going to take your background square, fold it in half both ways so you get your nice creases to line it up with. So this has got an obvious middle points there and there. Sorry. So line those up so you get it nice and centred. You are going to trim this down at the end to 13. This is 13.5. You're going to trim it down to 13 once you've sewn this on. Because the background does get pulled in a bit when you sew it down, so I always give you slightly bigger square that you can trim down at the end before you put the borders on. Right, I'm going to pin this through the papers. Obviously you wouldn't have papers in at this point, but I'm just going to hold it in. And then when you do your whip stitch, where's my needle? So it's like when the same as you use with your binding when you're hand sewing your binding down onto the back. So you're just going to bring it up. Where have I not sewn down? Right. So you're just going to bring it up at the back, just a couple of stitches just to secure it. Oh, that's miles away. Okay. And then all you're going to do is catch the very edge of your ring and then go directly down into the background. So you're making that stitch as tiny as possible. Go directly down and then pick up the edge of your ring again. So directly down, travel away a little bit at the back, come up, catch the edge of your ring. And this is why this stitch, I mean, this is a 50 weight and it really is more or less disappearing. So you can imagine what the 80 weight would do. So you're going to catch, go all the way around. So you're going to do your inner ring first. And then when you come to the points...
Could you use basting spray instead of pinning it?
I don't do, but you can do. I don't tend to use basting spray for some reason. Even when I'm quilting, I use curved safety pins.
Right.
I don't trust myself without spraying the whole house. I think that's probably what it is. But yeah, no, of course you can. That's fine.
One of my, we used to have English Bull Terriers, and one of my dogs bit into a can of 505 spray. The bang. And thankfully it exploded away from his mouth, but he just ended it with like sticky fur all around it and a shocked expression on his face.
Oh, he must have been traumatised. He won't do that again, will he? Oh, no. Okay, so when you get to the points, so this, I do get asked about the points quite a bit.
You don't cut it off?
Do not cut off your dog ears. I nearly said dog. I did a workshop a while ago. One of the ladies said dog ends, and for the whole workshop then I was saying dog ends. So dog ears, these are called, the little flappy bits. Don't cut those off. That's about the right size that you want. If it's any bigger, to be honest, that's perfect. If it's any bigger, to snip off the end, but you do not want, because you need to physically fold it under, you want enough fabric to get hold of, if that makes sense. So we're going to do the whip stitch again up to that point. So I'm going to fold that dog ear out of the way, catch, again, like we did before, catching the edge of the shape. And then I add an extra stitch on the end just to secure it. And then you're going to use your needle to tuck all of that. So if I had a little bit there, it would be really fiddly. It would fray. So because you've got quite a substantial bit, you can point that right under and get a nice sharp point. You are going to have a bit of bulk there, obviously, because it is a seam. But to be honest, you really don't notice. And because it gives you such a nice sharp point, I think I'd rather have a bit of bulk rather
you
than
can't see the bulk.
But you can't see the bulk.
You might be able to feel it, but you can't see it.
Yeah, exactly. And that gives you a nice sharp point. So that's how you do your points. And then carry going all the way down, all the way around. So then when you've sewn that, as I say, trim it down to 13 inches, I think it is. It's in the instructions. But make sure that you're measuring outwards from the centre of the ring. So measure 6.5 on your ruler that way and then that way, so you get it all nicely centred. And then you add your borders. So as I said, when you get your strips of fabric in the kits, you cut those in half, and then half of that is 2.5 inch strips for the borders. And then quilt it. So then, I didn't bring the wadding with me, but I do use butter muslin as a backing. So when I'm doing hand quilting, because my hand quilting is not as pretty on the back as it is on the front, which I'll happily admit to, I use butter muslin as a backing. So I would have that, a wadding, and then the muslin on the back. Stitch through those 3 layers.
Okay.
And then before I do the borders, I mean, this one was the same actually. This line here that I've sewn does actually go through to the backing.
Right.
So I've attached the backing square, then quilted those lines. So I'm not doing, I might have done the heart as well in that one. But because it's such a small square, you don't need to attach the backing all the way around. Just doing that border is enough. and you're not seeing your dodgy stitches.
I think this really finishes it off.
Yeah.
It really does. It really stands out, and it gives it. Is it homemade or handmade? Which one's the correct?
Oh,
the correct one to say.
Handmade.
Handmade, yeah. It gives it a handmade look, which I think really finishes it off beautifully. I love that.
It's like an heirloom. I mean, these things take a long time to make.
Yeah.
You're going to have them on. Hopefully, you're going to have them around for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I've got a message from Carol. Hi, Carol. She says, morning, ladies. I love the demo. Could you possibly show me the flat stitch, please? I'm late to the party, says Carol in Blackpool. Or just for you, then, Carol.
As we've got plenty of time. OK, so if I do...
If you've got any questions, by the way, or if you've got any stories, then, or if you've got, funny sewing stories, be nice to hear from you. You can Facebook as well if you like, although my power's going, but we're okay for the moment. Or you can email in, like Alison has. And she says, hello, just started my new journey into hand sewing. Could you use a jelly roll for a pattern?
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, these are, what's this? That's... Oh, no, not that one. But some of the smaller shapes, the hexagon, the 1 inch hexagon is perfect for a 2.5 inch strip.
Yep.
Diamonds, obviously, perfect for a 2.5 inch strip. The diamonds are very versatile. As you said, you could do tumbling blocks with them, but you can do a star or a half a star. When last time I brought it on, Vicky was just playing around with them, and you can come up with all sorts of designs with a 60 inch diamond. So they're perfect, actually, for a jelly roll. And the thing is with jelly rolls, you've got all the coordinating fabrics. You don't have to worry that they're not going to go together, because they will. So yeah, definitely. And a 5 inch jar pack as well. Right, okay, so let's do... So this is the Sunspell, which is the one hanging up behind us. So again, this is a smaller version of the clamshell. So I've...
Yvonne's asked, again, which thread are you using, colour and weight? So it's 50 weight Aurifil thread. And colour-wise?
I tend to, well, I mean, generally, if it's a lighter collection like the Daisy one, you can use a Dove pale grey or cream. If you are doing something with brights, like a rainbow, try and use the colour to one of the fabrics. As I say, with the flat back stitch, you're not going to see the stitching as much on the front, so it shouldn't really matter. But I tend to try and colour match these days because I'm trying to be good. But as I say, your stitches are quite small, they're sewn on the back. And at the end of the day, if you do see your stitches, it doesn't matter, it's handmade. It's not a machine. You are not a machine. You don't need to have invisible stitches, really. It just proves that you've made it.
I like to see stitches.
Yeah, I do, to be honest. But then I think that comfortably to me now, the flat back stitch, I can't do the normal one comfortably now. It's just, you get used to it, don't you?
Just before you show us that, we've had some pictures.
Oh,
oh, see, that's where I was starting with my hexagon.
Yeah, me too.
King size that ended up as a cot size. These are from Deborah. She says, I came from a home of knitters, not sewers.
Oh.
But my nana bought me a subscription to Golden Hands Encyclopedia of Craft. I'd already taught myself to sew, but then I found EPP, and this is the very first thing that I made, using scraps of fabric. Oh, all from the late 60s and early 70s. She says, I made a lot of errors, but this tiny scrap have led to a lifetime of sewing, creativity and enjoyment. Oh, that's fabulous.
I mean, something like that is memories as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that looks familiar. Whose is that?
This is Anthony.
Oh, fantastic.
Who says, hi guys, love Louisa's kits. Just finished the hexi panel.
Wow.
And I've made it into a sewing machine mat.
That's beautiful.
Oh, Sarah, sorry, that was from Sarah.
That's lovely.
She's just using Anthony's emails.
Oh, right. Right, so if I show you again, so this is the centrepiece of the Christmas one, that's the Sunspell one that's behind us. So smaller sizes, but exactly the same technique. So always anchor your bottom points. So I've just started off in the bottom point of there, take it across to the bottom point of there. And this one actually, if you've got a nice smaller shapes like this, or like the Dresden, I actually do use the one piece of thread, and then I would do a running stitch to take me to that point, unthread that, and then use another piece of thread to join that, and then I'd re-needle that, thread that, and then join the next piece. So you've got one piece of like the Dresden.
Which pattern's this one, by the way?
This is the Sunspell, the middle of the Sunspell. So this one, I've used one piece of thread just to connect all the pieces all at once and then sewn in. So it just leaving the thread there, it just gives you something to join on to the next one. I mean, it's still like, obviously, rethreading a bit, but I think it just takes a lot of the frustration out. It's like, even if I'm doing a row of diamonds now, I'll go on the back and I'll connect all the points of the diamonds in the row and then sew up the same. So then you know when you turn it over that they're all going to match.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So yeah. Right, so join your other points. And then flat back stitch. So as I said, rather than putting the right sides together like you would straight edges, you're just going to catch the seam allowance of both pieces. So you're just catching a tiny piece either side. You're not going through the paper. I've got my finger slightly rocking it up, very slightly, so it just makes it a bit easier to sew into. But as I say, when you glue base, you're not gluing right to the edge of the paper, so you've got a bit of fabric there that's not stuck down. So that's what you're sewing into. So you just carry going all the way down across the back. And as I say, because you're going across the back, you're not taking these stitches through to the front, so you're not going to see them on the... You might see slightly when you take the papers out, but not as much as you would with the other technique.
And thank you, Karen. She says, morning to you both and the team. What a lovely, calm, relaxed demo. Perfect for Sunday morning.
Oh, thank you.
It's a nice Sunday morning project.
It is, definitely, definitely.
Sue's messaged as well, and she said, such great demos. Do you best press the fabric?
Not before I piece, to be fair. Yeah, not before I piece, to be honest. I don't find it makes any difference. But I just press before I take the papers out. So to keep that nice curved edge that you've now got, which is perfectly curved, if you just press the edges first and then take them out and then repress them, you will keep that nice curve. Also, do not remove the papers until you are ready to applique, so you don't lose
and
that.
What's your favourite fragrance?
Fragrance?
Best press.
Oh.
Not your perfume.
I was like, that was a tangent.
You smell lovely.
Scent free, actually. Yeah, scent free. So yeah, so you carry going all the way down, and then that one will go.
With the Sunspell, by the way, we have 15 in baskets, 15 available, 24 in baskets. That's going to go.
Yeah, so going all the way down. So that's that one, and then, as I said, the second ring to that is the large apple core. So,
see, that's not your regular apple core either, is it?
No,
no. You're very clever at making these designs. I'm terrible with my names.
It's yeah, so it's slightly bigger at the top.
Yeah,
so it
obviously to make it go into a curve, because you couldn't curve an apple core normally. Yeah. I just think that's really clever. It must take you ages to figure it out.
I love playing with the Mac and Illustrator, and I used pi the other day as well. I've never used pi.
I've never heard of pi.
Pi to get a radius of a circle.
Oh, the 3.142 recurring.
That
pi.
Yes.
I thought you meant a piece of software called pi.
No, a fraction or whatever. An equation. I was like, it's all coming back to me. I did have to Google it, to be fair. So yeah, that's that one. And then the fat Dresden, which is another terrible name, goes round. And again, this has got a line across the back to connect that point there, and then sew down the seam. And again, that will create a nice circle.
So even these scored lines are such a clever idea as well, because you can't, If that wasn't there, you can't tell by looking at
No,
that exactly
when to
where you're going to
stop.
stop. And if
Yeah.
you're a millimetre either way, it's not going to
No, not
sit
gonna
right,
sit
is it?
flat. Exactly.
It would be on the wonk, as producer
the
Chris
wonk.
said.
Yes.
Okay, how long have we got? We've still got a bit left, haven't we? About 10 minutes?
What else
Oh,
have I
what should we do
with
now?
me? Oh, quilt as you go.
Oh, okay.
Right, so I just brought these pieces. So we're going to pretend that these are 2 of your blocks. So you've pliqued the star on it, you've added the borders, you've got your board, you've got your top, your wadding in the middle, and your square of your fat quarter square. Okay. Trimmed them down to the required size, which I think might be 16, I can't remember. So it's all nicely trimmed. So when you come to join them together, you're going to have a strip for the front.
So this would be what you've used in the quilt behind us?
And the runner, which we haven't got.
Okay.
So yeah, it's used in this one as well.
What was that one called?
Clamshell.
Clamshell.
Flower. So you're going to have a strip, 1-inch strip on the front. So you can do this with anything, any blocks that you've got. 1-inch strip, the same size as the block on the front, and then a 2-inch strip folded in half. So that's just folded in half with a nice crease, and you're going to attach that to the back. So I'm going to pin these. I didn't think that I should probably get a sewing machine just for this bit, but we're going to just pretend. So all your raw edges are all the same way, facing outwards. So I find binding clips actually quite handy for this bit because the pins can move fabric sometimes. And your walking foot.
Lucy's message, while you're pinning, she said, loving the demos, I've never done EPP. Which shape or kit would you say is the best for doing my first one?
Well, traditionally I would say hexagons and diamonds, straight edges, you've only got the point at the end to match. But having said that, the clamshell behind me is a nice curved, big shape. You've got an obvious start and end point at the top and bottom of the petal and the clamshell. And it's that flat back stitch. So to be honest, it's not any harder. I don't think curves are any harder. It's just a different technique. It just depends if you want to make a hexagon thing that's going to go on forever, or you can make a nice ring that you think, right, when it's finished, it's finished. You put it on a cushion, job done. And then move on to the hexagon quilt. But yeah, I think the clamshell, I do have a YouTube tutorial on the website as well on SewMotion for that block.
Oh, okay.
So that takes you through the whole process of fussy cutting, piecing, big stitch quilting. So yeah, so that's a good place to start as well. Lovely. I mean, you obviously don't have to do the quilt. You can just do a panel.
For $27.99, that is your quilt pattern and papers, but there's not very many of those left now. In fact, we've got 9. We've got 9 left, and there's 19 of you trying to order.
Okay.
Can you just tell me how wide the strips were again?
So that was 1 inch on the front and 2 inches folded
in
on
half.
the back.
Fabulous.
Okay. So you will then stitch with a 1/4 inch foot, 1/4 inch stitch or foot, a walking foot, preferably through all this thickness, but a 1/4 inch all the way down. Okay. And then what that would mean, so then you would open that out, just the front one first, press that open, and then you would put the next block face down, and you would sew that to there. Just your front one. Okay, so then if I try and pin this, and then what that means is with a 1/4 inch stitch, what that means is when you open it out, your wadding will be sitting nice and flat, because your 1/4 inch seam allowance is obviously the 1/4 inch seam allowance on your wadding. So when you open that out, both waddings should sit nicely nestled together, shouldn't overlap, and then you get a nice sashing strip, 1 inch sashing strip. And then on the back, you will then fold that over, and you've got a nice curved edge, folded edge then to slip stitch down like you do with your binding, like we did before, so covering that joining point. So that's all it is. I mean, obviously, the bigger the quilt, the more cumbersome it can get, because you are hand quilting. You're not having to move it around the machine. You're sitting with it on your lap or on the table, and then you can just scrunch it up. Obviously, there's no papers in it, and then you can get to that point to sew it down.
I mean, you could machine quilt, couldn't you? But
Oh, yeah.
I just think if you've taken all of that time to hand sew all of the pieces together, I just think it's a bit of a shame if you then machine sewed it when this just finishes it off perfectly, I think.
I have quilted. I didn't bring any machine quilting with me today, but I do. Catherine was saying earlier about wavy line quilting, my favourite. It's just so forgiving. It's like you can just, with your walking foot, just go down. If you go a bit too wide and you leave too big a space, fill it with an eye, and it's supposed to be tree bark, and you meant it to be hair. So, but you can do that on a nice panel that size, just wavy line quilting, trim it down, and then join them on the machine, and that's just as lovely.
I wish I had the patience for this. The panels are beautiful, says Janet.
I find it helps my patience. I still tell my husband that it helps my patience.
All right, we're nearly out of time, which is a shame. So let's give you a recap of the clamshell, because we've only got 5 of these left, with 22 in baskets. We've got clamshell. Thank you. Normally very organised. So we have papers. There's 48 shapes in there altogether, and those are £7.99. Do we still have the acrylic templates? Have they sold out? I think those have gone. They've sold out. And the instructions with the papers, have we got those? They're ever such a busy hour and a half. £27.99 if you wanted to go for that. And that, remember, is the quilt behind us. The floral wreath.
This one.
Oh, the kit, the big one.
Yeah, and the pattern's over there as well.
We've only got 7 of those left, and there's 18 of you in baskets for that one. So that's all of your fabrics and your pieces, and your instructions will be in there as well for £68.99. And if you wanted to go for the instructions on their own, that is £21.99. 13 available and 21 of you trying to order that one. And what else do you want to have a look at? Those templates have sold out. Have you got a favourite?
The wreath, actually, at the moment.
Is it?
I think because of that curvy, not tricky, but just a bit different, and joining it up.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I do a workshop for groups sometimes, and they like that one.
How do people get in touch for your workshops?
SewMotion.com.
Okay.
Just go on the website. I'm always there on email. And if anybody's got any problems, also, if anybody's got any problems when they get their order, just come to me directly through the website.
Because you send everything out?
I send everything myself, and sometimes I get a bit confused with the names and the words. And sometimes you might get a kit, or you might get a pattern without the kit, and just get in touch with me and I will sort it out as soon as I can.
Well, how about a lovely hour and a half? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really
It's been
informative.
good to see you.
A pleasure. When are you coming back again?
May, the day before Malvern, which was a great idea when I booked it.
Well, at least you'll have everything in your van.
This is very true.
We'll see you again then. Thank you very much. We've got Catherine coming up again in the next half hour, so we'll see you again in just a minute.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
A little tip for when you're measuring yourself, either for making a pattern or for buying shop-bought clothes. Take a piece of elastic, because it's really important to find where your natural waistline is. All you do is you just tie it around yourself. Doesn't matter how tight, because it's not going to be a waistband or anything like that. You just tie it around your waist, like that, and then leave it for a little while and move around, do a bit of exercise, do a bit of housework, do a bit of tidying up. And when you come back, right, this will be in your natural waistline. So if you're drawing a pattern, every single line emanates from your waistline. And if you're buying clothes, you will get your natural waist size. For example, this is my natural waist and I measure 41 here, but I buy 36 jeans. So which one's right? Not the 36. My natural waist is a 41.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there, welcome back again. Isn't today going really quickly? I hope you're having a nice time. I am. I've learned a few new tricks and we've seen some new products, and Katharine's back again with us. Now we're going to be looking at different techniques taken from a brand new book that we've got for you. Well, it's new to me anyway, which is Piece and Quilt As You Go. This is a fantastic book if you've got smaller pieces of fabric, if you're a beginner sewer maybe, if you've got scraps and leftovers and you don't know what to do with them. There's lots of ideas in here, and I love the scrappy kind of look to it. We'll go through this in more detail with Katharine in a bit, but I just wanted to have a quick flick through to give you some ideas of the kind of thing that you can make. Lots of you have been pre-ordering. Oh, I like that. Pre-ordering as well. I like the furniture too, as well on this one. So you've been shopping ahead, so well done. And do keep doing that, because we've still got a half an hour of some incredible deals coming up for you after this show as well. It's got holes in the middle, look. That's a clever idea. So nice to see something a little bit different. And you know, with books like this, it's nice to see a design and then think, oh, I could use that on something else. So what's that? Looks like rhubarb leaves. It's a funny thing to go shopping for. Anyway, not looking at what's in the bag. Rhubarb sandwiches. Nice. What's that one then? Oh, that's a long, thin one. See, that you put your bread in that, couldn't you? Anyway, this book is £18.99. But we're going to crash the price for you. That's pretty. Down to just £14.99 for this one, and you've got 24 projects. If you have bought this earlier, and there were lots of you, you will pay the lower price, so don't worry about that. You'll pay whatever price it goes down to, and it's going down to £14.99. That's a nice effect with the D-rings as well. So it's inspiration, isn't it? It's just something to, I don't know, this is what Catherine's, is it that one? No, it's not that.
It's not that one. It's similar.
Similar to that one, isn't it? But even if you don't actually make the projects, it's nice to see the hints and the tips and maybe a different way of working. This is Quilt As You Go that Louisa's just shown us, that same kind of technique. She likes the bread, this one. I must have a lot of sandwiches in that household. But that meant simple, just simple designs. But, you know, if you want something quick to make, this is what Catherine's going to show us with the stripy fabric. So, again, we'll have a look through that shortly. But your price at £14.99, you've got a £4 saving off the usual, so you've got a very good price. This is what... Oh, this one. Oh, there we go. We've got fabrics and we've got kits and we've got all sorts for you. This is one of the cushions that's in here already. It actually features on the front cover there as well. This is the Crazy Quilt cushion, or Crazy Quilt pillow, as they call it in America. And the fabrics are all kaffe, and they're so bright and so fun and so pretty and so uplifting. And this is such an easy technique as well. And I love the way that you've used some decorative stitches on your sewing machine just to finish those off as well. But it works so well with the kaffe fabric as well. So that's £69.99. You've got the whole bundle design. You've got the fabric roll.
It's just there.
Oh, is it that one?
I'm assuming
it's that. Thank you. Right in front of me. There you go. That's what you get. So included in here is your wadding, and that's 80/20. And you've got your backing fabric, and you've got your kaffe design roll as well. The book's separate, so the instructions are going to be in the book. So if you just want to go for this kit, you'll need the book as well if you want to make this. But if you just want the fabrics, you've got an awful lot more fabric in this strip roll than you'll need.
You could make most of the things in the book with that as roll, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. Coordinating bread bags. Whatever you like. Okay, so that is £69.99. We have other colour options for you as well. So that's your kaffe option. This one is, which is Debi shawl. Nasty piece of work, I've heard that one. So you have a fabric strip roll, and then your backing fabric, and you've got the wadding in there as well. That matches really well, doesn't it? And that's my Garden Birds fabric roll, and that's just £49.99 is your price for all of those. So a little bit more subtle than your kaffe. Methinks for that one at £44.99. Okay, so what Catherine's going to be demoing is the pillow unwrap. Is it called pillow unwrap?
Crumb quilt, pillow and wrap.
Pillow and wrap.
Yes, so it's like a little cushion, but then it's got a thing that wraps around it.
Oh,
yeah. It's decorative. I'm thinking you could adapt it as well to like make almost like a roll for crochet hooks and stuff.
Yes, nice idea.
It's the same idea as that.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Okay. Well, I love these fabrics. The stripe, I think, is really classy. It's a little bit of fun. And you've got your 5-inch squares as well, and some tape and your wadding in there as well. We don't have a finished sample, but Catherine's going to make it from start to finish in just a second.
Well, maybe not the entire thing, but a fair bit.
I love that striped fabric. We have a tilde option in this one for you as well. This is a lovely colour. like caramel. With your wadding again, and your tape, and I shan't take them all out, but those are the fabrics that are included in this one, and that's £39 and 99 pence. So that's really pretty. I do like that one. Both of those. Okay. Should we do it? Should we do it?
Yes, I mean, again, those bundles don't have to be for that project. There are lots of projects in the book that you could use them for. Yes, so it's a nice book, this. I've had a little read of it. I like the bit on the page here that says, there are no mistakes. These are called character flaws and can be a unique part of your work. Keep calm and enjoy the process. I think that's what we need to hear, isn't it? So I'll show you the picture of the finished thing here. This is your crumb quilt pillow and wrap. So underneath, we've just got a little rectangular pillow, and then it's this part on the top that kind of ties round it, which is rather cute, which is the quilt as you go bit. So you start with your wadding, and you can see I have drawn lines on it as instructed. I've done them in a nice pen so you can see them. And I'm chucking them all over the place, snipped up my bits of the charm pack into different sized pieces, and I've done one strip already just to show you. It's kind of like stitch and flip as well, this is, which is always a fun thing to do, and nice and quick and easy. So you're going to fill it down in rows, and let me see, first one's going to go like this, and then your next one, and I'm just going to pick them up randomly, and don't worry if your seam that you're going to sew isn't like straight on to your line. We kind of want some sort of little bit of zigzaggy kind of things going on because that's going to look good. Right, we'll pop a pin in just to hold it. Going to sew with a 1/4 inch seam. And we're just going to go from, so I've done one row, we're going to just start it from the next bit and go up to where my line is, because we don't want the fabrics to overlap too much. So we can see that's going to do that then. Okay, and then we can get our next one. And it says to trim it down to the line, and I think the easiest way to do that almost is kind of to trim as you go. I found if I cut them before I sewed it, I could end up with it not quite covering the line if I'm not careful. Whereas if I do it as I go along, I know that I'm going to cover the line all right. This is, brilliant for your scraps. Everybody's got a ton of scraps, and it's always good to find things to use them up. Do you keep all your scraps, Debbie?
I don't keep my scraps. I send them to Fee, who emailed in earlier on, and she does EPP with them for charity.
Well, that is a good idea. I keep my favourite scraps. When you get some things and you just really like them.
Yeah.
So I keep those, but I do save them up as well. I donate bagfuls to my local sixth form college for fashion and textiles every so often.
Oh, lovely.
I send a bag in, and they're very pleased with them.
How small is a scrap before it becomes just something to throw away?
Wow.
In your mind?
Couple of inches, I'd say.
I was going to say 2-inch squares, probably.
Yeah, smaller than that, really. Life could be too short.
If you were Susie Duncan, that would then be toy filler.
Well, yes, absolutely. But you've got to then have time to sit and snip it all up, haven't you?
Button covers, says Chris.
Well, that is true. And I used to, for a long time, keep really small pieces with that in mind and then never got round to doing them.
Yeah.
So it depends, doesn't it, how much time and energy you've got. I'm not pressing this each time. I think a finger press is enough, personally. It's going to get pressed when we put our lovely little strip on. This is the sort of thing that's going to look quite untidy until we get the nice strip on at the end. We'll just
So the
keep
strip will be
building
the
it up.
stripy bit.
Yes.
Which I thought you'd sew as you go, but you say that's...
It's going to come up, we're going to make like a binding and put it on over the top,
right.
is the method with this particular one. But at the front of the book, it does give you all the instructions to do it with the binding, like Louisa was showing you where you join your blocks together. She shows you lots of different methods to do quilt as you go. Which I think, having had that discussion about quilting earlier, is quite a good thing, isn't it? It's, you know, if you're not a massive fan or you're a bit daunted by doing a big lot of quilting, quilt as you go is quite a good thing to have a go at.
Yeah. Fran's emailed in. Hi, Fran. She says, I need someone to help me with my scraps. I've just sent 4 big boxes of scraps, but not scraps, to the PDSA for cage mats. Oh, what a lovely idea. Well, if you need more ideas, we've got a whole book full of them. Oh. Teresa's messaged as well. Hi, Teresa. She said, I'd like to thank everyone at SewingStreet for all their quality products and demos. My sewing skills have improved massively. She says, thank you. That's very sweet of her.
Oh, that's nice.
Really appreciate comments like that. You know, there's a lot of people that are working very hard to bring you everything on the channel. I was going to say the ones that you don't see from behind the scenes, but on SewingStreet you do tend to see everybody.
Yes. Oh, look, I've got a bit of a wonky one there, but I'm going to... Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to cut it off and give it... and do another one over the top another way. And then it'll be OK again.
Well, it's a nice thing about this technique, isn't it? Make it as wonky as you like.
Yes, it had gone a bit too wonky. I'm not doing the pieces in any particular order. I am literally picking them up randomly. I quite like random myself, but you could, if that is not your way, absolutely work out a nice little pattern.
If you're making these from your scraps at home, would you be concerned about the weight of the fabric? You know, could you put a piece of denim in there?
Well, you could do. I think you'd find it harder to possibly work with, but I don't see why not. And it would be quite nice. You'd get lots of interesting, you know, to use different things, lots of interesting textures. She's got a little section in here about using shirts and making memory things,
that's a nice
which
idea.
is really nice, yeah.
I was going to say, that the whole thing made out of scraps of denim would be quite nice. Old denim that's been washed.
Oh, lovely.
Different shades. Love working with denim. Susan's messaged in. Hi, Susan. And she says, please can you show the Tilda bundle on the show? Loving the show. It's inspiring to get my machine out again after a long break from sewing. We're getting your Sojo back then, Sue. This is the Tilda one. Just love the colour. I'd like a dress in that.
It's lovely, that is.
Yeah, really nice. And
really,
it goes
it's a really nice colour
with the 5-inch squares. So, let's just do it.
Yes.
Let's just do it. Can't undo that. I've bent the card. I'm gonna have to take these home now. That's the way it works, isn't it?
Tilda is one of my favourite kind.
Is it?
Yeah, I do like their designs. Although, to be fair, I like most fabrics, really.
But I mean, it's that quality again. It's the unusual colours. But I quite like this selection because it doesn't scream Tilda. In fact, that's the Tilda one, isn't it? It's like the Tilda one. Ah, that's why this one's Tilda. But yeah, the colours are just beautiful. Go so well together. So there you go. I hope that helps. That's your Tilda bundle. You're getting your tape included and your wadding in there as well for £39.99. How are you doing?
I'm all right, I'm getting there. Nearly up to the end.
Although the charms are called Blooming Hearts, by the way, Camelot fabrics. So the stripes, the Tilda. Been busy for this book.
It's a nice book and it's got lots of different little projects in it, and it's always nice, I think, to have little projects lined up to use up your scraps or for quick makes. You know, sometimes you just want to sit and do something relatively quickly, don't you?
Yes.
And it's got all sorts in there.
And ideas-wise as well, I think that, no matter how much you sew, how much or how little, you'll always get to a stage where you just can't think. It was a while ago now, but I got up one morning and I said to my husband, I just don't know what to sew. And he said, oh, that's not good, is it? Yeah, we always all of us will get to a stage where you just say, I don't know what to do today, but just fancy doing something little. I'd like to start and finish all in one go. And just use what I've got, and I think the book's perfect for that because it's just full of smaller projects.
And I really like I like having a book to read about sewing as well, because everyone always has a little something in there that you think, oh, didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good way that you might not have seen before, and it's just nice reading them through.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Yes, nearly there. Last one, and we'll show you the next bit.
So Debi Schmitz Noriega, who I've not heard of before, I probably haven't said that right at all, has been a professional designer for over 35 years.
Oh, well, there we go.
Hundreds of tear sheets, magazine design. She's been on TV, authored numerous craft books, and is classed one of the seasoned professionals. Experience in retail, wholesale, manufacturing and import level. Whoa, very accomplished sewer then, that one.
Okay, so to make it look nice and neat and tidy, we're going to have a lovely little strip along that's going to look nice and neat. Now, I have cut this slightly longer, so we'll trim it down. And we're going to turn this into a nice binding. So we're going to fold it in half first and press it. Let me bring my iron over, because I'm on the block today and I keep having to go down to iron.
Oh, but I didn't know you were on a block.
Yeah, well, I don't normally have the block, but because I was doing cutting earlier. Yeah, I'm not this tall, really.
So there's a whole section on tools and materials and joining techniques and things at the beginning of that as well.
Yes, all that section on the different ways of doing of quilt as you go. So there's different ways to do it, which is nice. So we're going to iron in half first, and then open it out, and then we're going to iron each side into the middle so that we get a nice, really neat binding ready.
And it doesn't need to be bias cut, does it?
It doesn't need to be bias cut, no.
Although it would look quite nice with the stripe, wouldn't it? 'Cause
you could make it go the other way, yes. Send your eyes crazy. It would.
Oh, Wendy's asked if any of us are going to the NEC. You are, aren't you?
I am at the NEC, absolutely, yes. Yes, everything's getting packed up ready. We're doing some workshops there. So if you want, I think there's still spaces on my little sewing project. Well, come and do some sewing with me. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
So where do we get the information for that?
I think it's called Sewing for Pleasure, isn't it?
So if you go to the Sewing for Pleasure website...
Yes, you'll get all the information on it there, absolutely. Lovely. Yes, come and say hello. I'll probably have my blouse on. It's my new favourite blouse, so I'll probably be wearing that. You'll spot me.
I don't normally go to these shows, but we had a stand at the Festival of Quilts a couple of years ago, and this lady came up to the stand and she said, I'm looking for Debi Shaw's book on teaching children how to sew. And I said, I haven't written a book, I'm afraid, on teaching children how to sew. And she said, yes, she has, because I've seen it on Amazon and I'd like to buy it. Honestly, I really haven't written a book on it. She was adamant.
Yes.
Adamant.
And did she know who you were? No. Oh, yes. So I obviously have all my dressmaking patterns there with me, and I'm the model on the front of them because I can afford myself. But people very, very rarely realise it's me on the front at all, and then they might be looking, then they'll go, Oh, it's you. Yes. Okay, so we're going to pin this like so along the join, and then we're going to stitch down either side.
And you're also going to be at the, is it the Stitch Festival?
I'm going to the Stitch Festival in London as well. That's been my first time going there, which is kind of nerve-wracking, but exciting also.
So if that's easier for you to get to, that's around...
So that is the week
20th
after.
of March? Or,
yes.
Yeah, end of the month.
So what, NEC is the 12th to the 15th, and then the Stitch Festival's the following week. And then I'm going on a little holiday. I am going on a little holiday.
Oh, are you?
Yes, we are. Yes, we decided Easter would be a good time to have a little break because I think I'll need it. 2 shows in a row.
Where are you going?
We're going down to Cornwall.
Oh,
it should be very nice. Yeah. And the children agreed to come too, so that'll be lovely. All right, so we're going to top stitch down this edge nice and neatly.
Would you normally do the whole panel before you do that?
I think probably yes.
Yeah. How old are the children? How old are the children?
My children now, 21, 19 and 16.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
All at home?
No, my son's off at uni. My daughter, well, she's at uni, but she's on a placement year, so she comes and goes, depending what's going on. And then my youngest, she's doing her A-levels.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's my eldest son's birthday today.
Is it?
Yes.
Happy birthday. How old is he?
He won't be listening, but he's with my daughter, who may be listening. So tell David happy birthday from me, hon. He's 45. How did that happen?
Oh, my word, no.
I know.
You can't possibly
know.
have children that old.
He was only 5 yesterday.
I know. It's nuts, isn't it? We're just starting to think, Helena, bless her, with her, is starting to think about, what she might like to do at uni and where she might like to go. And I'm looking at her and I'm going, no, you're too small.
Yeah.
You're way too small for this. And then it'll just be me and hubby left at home to amuse each other.
My youngest son will be 30 on Tuesday. Life goes quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
It's not just time flying, it's life flying.
Well, I know when I met you first, your granddaughter was really little, but she must be quite old.
10.
No.
I've got a 10-year-old, an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old.
Oh.
I started to collect them, but I think it's going to end up at 3.
I think my bobbins run out.
Nice hobby to have.
Oh, but I bet that's lovely, isn't it? Sorry, my bobbins ran out. Just quickly change it over.
I started teaching my 10-year-old granddaughter how to sew.
Oh, that's nice.
And I know I've said before, but I'm so proud of her. She's... I went over there last year, bought a sewing machine for her birthday, and she was making cushion covers. Yeah. And then we made a pin cushion and we made a needle holder. And the day after, we spent all day sewing. She carried on sewing. Then a friend came round to visit her on the day after that. She taught her how to sew.
Oh,
and she's just
brilliant.
making cushions all over.
Brilliant.
So now it's a school fete coming up, so we need to go back down and show her how to put zips in to make makeup bags.
Excellent. So you could write a book about teaching children to sew then.
It's on the cards. So while you're just doing that, let me give you a recap of the book that you're working from. Been really busy for this one. We have taken the price down. It's only £14.99. We had hundreds of these, and over half of the stock has sold out. So have a quick flip through. Piece and quilt as you go. So the 24 designs, and simplified is a word that you're going to appreciate if you are new to sewing as well. So at the front of the book, you've got all of your hints and tips, techniques, finishing techniques, and tools and that kind of thing. So that's everything that's been used in the book. And then as you have a flick through the projects, the thing I was saying earlier, the thing that I like about it is that you can now adapt it. So that's a microwave bread cover. It could be a table mat, it could be a sewing machine mat. It's more bread, look. You're learning techniques, basically. And more bread. That looks a bit old, doesn't it? Then reversible table runner. This is using a quilt as you go technique. Doesn't have to be a table runner. You could use 4 of those blocks to make a cushion cover or a bag width. So, you know, if you don't like the actual projects, then think about how you can adapt the techniques to make projects of your own. And have a think about fabrics as well, because I found with dressmaking patterns particularly, I've come across people that, you know, I don't like that fabric, I'm not going to make that dress. Look beyond the fabric that's actually been used and have a think about the project. I mean, you could make that from a canvas, from, you know, different coloured pretty floral fabrics or plains even. Blenders would work really well together. And it makes a completely different look. And a tablet tote bag is really, really handy, but that could maybe be something that you keep your bits and bobs in when you're out walking the dog. And oh, that fiddle blankets. So, I mean, I think this is aimed at children, but, you know, that's really good for the elderly as well. And, oh, the play mat. Oh, there's a bag to go with that one as well. And apparently that looks like somebody from Madagascar. King Julian.
Oh, the lemur, yes.
And that's the bag to keep it in. And, oh, that's a nice... I've made a quilt like that. I made it for a recycling book that I wrote with my daughter. Exactly that same technique, but I used old shirts, all in the same kind of tones of... or different tones of blues. And that worked really well. I don't like that. I don't like the colours of that at all. But if in blues, I think that looks really nice. Or in pastels, or black and white would look really good as well. So again, don't be put off if you don't like the fabric. And if you do like the fabric, that's fine, isn't it? Use similar colours. But again, lots of ideas for you, let alone just the projects. This is a lovely technique. I've seen that done in denim. I think Susie made one. Pat, who works for me, has got a bag made out of that technique in different denims. That looks really effective as well. Adding buttons in the centre. No, I do like the colours on that, but I think I like the colours of the wall and the furniture as well. I'm not sure about the plastic plant pots. Could have gone for terracotta, couldn't they? I mean, this is obviously made before AI, because that would have all been taken into account. That's pretty as well. So imagine, that looks like linen. Of some, no, it's a print. It's just printed cotton. But that in like a velvet or corduroy would look really nice, wouldn't it? Whimsical beaded pillow, that one. So again, you've got 24 projects in total. Eddie Burr's, from a father's old shirts look. So a memory quilt, and then just an example of what else is made with a dad's old shirts.
I've got a lady in my patchwork group at the moment who's she's going to make 4 quilts in total of her dad's shirts for her 4 children.
Oh, how lovely.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Oh.
But we're going to use a different pattern for each one, and they're looking great. And like you say, all lots of soft blues, and because the shirts have obviously been worn a lot, they're really soft and lovely, and yeah, it's nice.
Or even, you know, I'm a huge fan of charity shops, because when you buy older fabrics for that same reason, they've already been washed, so you know they're not going to shrink, you know that they're not going to fade, and they do become very, very soft, and you probably find fabrics that you can't find anywhere else because they were made so long ago. On saying that, I'm going to try and sell you some fabric now.
There's always room for new fabric.
These are the ones that Catherine's actually using. I think that stripe is just striking. It really finishes it off.
It just kind of makes it pop, doesn't it?
It really does, doesn't it? And so all of those different designs. I mean, to be honest, like Katharine said earlier, you don't have to make anything from this or that particular project from this. It's just a really nice bunch of fabric. The stripes included, and there's your wadding, which is an 80-20 included there as well. So there's a metre of the stripe, and the charm pack, has that got 40 in it?
I believe so.
Should have, shouldn't it? And then your wadding, there's half a metre of that, and then your webbing as well, 1.5 metres of your webbing included in that one as well for £29.99. We've got the tilde option for you as well. So the striped fabric is the tilde, and these are more pinks and peaches. So again, we've got the wadding and the shoulder fabric and the webbing and your charm pack there as well, and that's £39.99. There you go. And Katharine made this one. This is one of the projects from the book, and this is using K-Facet fabric, which is this bundle. So that's fabric strips, and you've got your backing fabric and your 8 to 20 wadding included in that one, and that is £69.99. And you're saying, Katharine, there's loads left over?
Loads left over. Crazy patchwork is such a fun technique as well to do. Yeah. And using something like a design roll, it all goes together. It doesn't matter which bits you use. You can save your favourite bits for something else, or, you know, yeah. But you'd make loads of them from the book out of your design roll. Plus, I just love Kafe, so can't go wrong.
I do. It's fun, isn't it? The colours are just really uplifting. If you want something a little bit more muted and classical, we've got the Garden Birds design roll and the green of the fabric and your wadding included in that one as well. So the same deal, but a completely different look there. And that one is £44.99. Aren't these normally £39.99? That's a good price then, isn't it?
I mean, they're actually just good prices for design rolls on their own.
Yeah, it's like you're not paying for the rest of it. Mm. Do you want to have a look at some fat quarters? Should we do that? Got loads of fat quarters. So, where should we start? We've got loads. Let's do the plains. Because there's loads in here. So they're not associated with a particular project. They're just really useful fabrics to have for any of the projects in the book or any of your own fabrics anyway. I don't keep a stash personally, apart from plains and blenders. I'd like to, if I've got a project in mind, I'll go and buy some fabric to go with the project, make it, and then that's it and it's over with. So I don't have a big collection of fabric at home. I do have a warehouse, but not a collection of fabric that I use at home. But plains I do. And the more plain colours in many different shades means you're more likely to have something that matches your fabric than not. Yeah. Because if you don't have a perfect matching fabric, it's the same with thread, you make do. Yes. Because I want to do it now. I don't want to wait until I've ordered more fabric and wait for it to be delivered, or go out to a fabric shop, if you can find one these days. And I want something that I know is going to match, not something that's close. So the more colours you can have in plains and blenders, in my opinion, is the better. More plains and blenders. These are textured. And they are like a linen print on. I love this. Turquoise, hyacinth and lime are the colours there. And they're £8.99 for the 3 of those. All fat quarters, these, by the way. Let's do a little bit of floral and stripe and rainbow. These are nice quality. I don't know whose they are, but it feels real. Oh, is that Louisa Goult? Well, no wonder then, is it?
I like that blue stripy with the flower on. That's
it's
very on trend, that is.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't keep up, you know.
Well, I don't really, but I do know that. The one who's doing A-levels, she's doing fashion and textiles A-levels, so she keeps telling me what's on trend.
So isn't it supposed to be Pantone colours of the year or white on white this year?
Oh yes, it was a really bland colour, wasn't it, the colour of the year?
What was that?
It was called something like cloud. It wasn't really a colour.
Yeah, I just... I'll say with fabrics with the colours I like. Don't really care what's trendy or not.
Agreed.
These colours I like. Mustards and reds, and they just look so rich.
Oh, that's nice.
You know, colours can look expensive, if that makes sense.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
I think they really do. That's a really
that
nice...
That is. I'm on my having some sangria on a.
Ooh.
You know, they're sort of quite sunny and Spanishy and
yes.
Yes, I'm somewhere warm with those colours.
Absolutely, tequila sunrise. We've got flip-flops. So we've got a bit of batik. So we're still on white sands here. And
they're lovely. I'm in the Caribbean with those ones.
So we've got purple, we've got blue, we've got reds in those as well. We do have another batik coming up. But this one's got flip-flops on it. Purple, blue at 6 pieces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the one. Am I changing this, or are you changing any details? I'm changing that one. Okay. This is the 6-piece collection, the reds, blues and purples. And they're all batiks as well. Always popular boutique, so they haven't got a right and wrong side. But really fun. Oh, look. Oh, we've got cocktails there.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, well, wish I was there. I haven't been on holiday for years. And this one, 6 pieces again. And 2 with the flip-flops. Oh, are these fat eighths? Oh, I should have opened one up, shouldn't I? So that's a fat eighth, which is half a fat quarter. There you go, so that's what you get. That's why it's £11.24.
And you know what? You can make a surprisingly large thing with fat eighths. Because I had some fabrics in and just cut some fat eighths and whizzed up, made like a little baby's quilt. It was like, goodness me, I didn't realise it, you know, wouldn't be that big. But so you can make more than you think with a fat eighth.
Oh, that Rose and Hubble, by the way, you know, the one I first showed you. These are long quarters. Let me show you. They're quarters, same amount of fabric as a fat one, but these are thin ones. So you've got that. So it's the same amount as a fat quarter, but it's longer, and so it's taken from the width of the bolt instead of cut in half and made into squares. So just to make that clear, sorry about that. Are you okay there?
I'm fine, yeah, you carry on. I'm just moseying along with my strips and my bits. I'll put another one on in a sec.
These are Emily Bell, and these are fat eighths as well. All the same design, but all different colours, which I think look lovely all together.
That's pretty.
It is, isn't it? That's really nice.
That goes quite well with the solids.
Yeah. £46.70 for those. And there's, how many have we got altogether? 11 altogether in there. Got a couple more packs to show you. So this one, we've got alphabets. This is Moda. And those again are fat eighths, quite Halloween-y colours, those with the orange and black. And then finally, I do like these textured blenders. Like that. Oh, I like that. I like that one. And these are fat quarters.
Linen texture is my favourite fabric. I make a lot with linen texture.
Do you? They're lovely.
It comes in really lovely colours.
Yeah.
That all go together, and it's just not totally solid.
Yes.
So it looks really nice.
Yeah. So it adds interest, but doesn't kind of conflict with your pattern. So it's really lovely. So just some ideas, some extra fabrics if you haven't got enough at home. If you are building up a fabric collection. If you're building up your fabric collection, then those are ideal to have in your drawers. Should we have some messages? Yeah. Karen in Surrey, hello. She says, I'm watching and sewing a tablet pocket for the takeaway menus. Oh, that's a good idea. Not heard of one of those before. Might pinch that one off you and claim it as my own. And then Glenys, hi.
Well, otherwise they're like stuffed in a drawer, aren't they?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Hi, girls. What a lovely way to use your scraps, turning them into something purposeful. She says that's inspiring. Thank you. Oh, Jean's there as well. Hi, Jean. She said, you took the words right out of my mouth. Could have been a song. It's what you like, not what's in fashion. I'm loving the show. Oh, I'm glad you are. Thanks for staying with us. I'm the same with clothes or anything, though. I wear what I like, not what
Well, yes, I do too. I think...
too old to be fashion.
Well, I think it gets to that point, doesn't it? Although I do think fashion these days is much more... You know, my girls, they seem to just wear what they want to wear.
You're right. You know, when you look back over the decades, the 60s was a very particular look. The 70s was just crazy. And then the 80s was all big hair, big shoulder pads, tiny waist, big belts, big everything. I think, I don't know, from 90s onwards, I don't think there was such a...
No.
This is a fashion and nothing else was in fashion.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's like sort of things like, you know, baggy trousers are kind of back in, and we had a big thing for skinny jeans for quite a while, didn't we? But sort of all the bits in between, not so much. And I think it's much more you could just wear.
Yeah, but if baggy trousers are in and you want to wear skinny jeans, you don't look old-fashioned.
No, you don't.
It just seems to be anything goes now.
I think so. And that's good.
I'm always drawn to things that have a waist, and I don't have one.
Are you?
Yeah, I have put out a reward for it before now. I lost it years ago. I don't know what happened to it, but I'd love to have it.
What do I like? I like comfortable.
Yeah.
Comfortable's good.
I am a big fan of elastic around the middle, and I never thought I'd get to that stage, but there you go. Oh, Sylvia's message on Facebook says, "Morning, Debbie. Good morning to you both." Oh, Sue wants to know which part of Cornwall you're going to on your holiday.
That's a very good question, Sue. I'm not entirely sure. It looks a very nice little cottagey place. It says Cornwall. I googled it. It's about a 5-hour drive, but I didn't tell the family. I just went, here, we're going here. I think it's somewhere near Falmouth.
Well, we went to Cornwall many years ago, and there was a shop, I can't remember where it was, but there was a shop that had the best name for a shop that I've ever heard of. It was Sally's Slap Cabbage. I can't remember what they sold. I love that name.
Yes, if there's any good fabric or yarn shops near Falmouth, let me know, because I always like to go and visit them when I'm
Oh,
somewhere
Sue,
else.
if you're still watching, message back. I'm assuming that you're in Cornwall. Let Catherine know where she should go shopping.
Yeah, I'll be like, oh, look, fabric. Oh, I'll just have a quick look.
So did you search for the fabric stores before you searched for hotels?
No, but I should do, shouldn't I? Next time. I have been known, Debbie, to take my sewing machine on holiday with me.
Oh, really? Oh, I haven't done that.
Well, you said you didn't go on holiday. There we go. Look, we've got 2 stripes on. It makes it look really nice and finished, doesn't it? When you get your stripe on.
That looks really stunning. It finishes it, doesn't it?
It does.
If it was just the patchwork without those stripes...
It just looks a bit untidy, and you kind of think, oh, what's she doing? But you get those on and it looks really nice and neat.
It does, it finishes.
How are we doing for time? Probably not going to get it done, am I? It's a very, very straightforward little cushion, but in the book she just makes it and stuffs it and sews it up. And you can't wash it then, can you? So I've made an envelope back for mine. I like an envelope back. You have enough fabric in the bundle to, instead of cutting 2 rectangles the same, you can cut your backs larger so they overlap. Oh. And I've hemmed it, and then you can take your cushion pad in and out and change it. I'll pop this together and then you'll get the idea of the wrap thing around it.
Mary's messaged in. Hi, Mary. She says, great fabric shop in Truro, and I will be visiting it and another shop in Redruth next month.
I don't know if I'm near Truro, though.
I can't think where anything
I don't know.
is.
I'm going to have to get my Cornwall map out, aren't I? All I know is I will be eating scones, for sure.
What goes on first, jam or cream?
Cream. That's Cornish.
Oh, apparently that is the correct way. Isn't it one way?
Unless you're from Devon. Yeah, I think Cornish is cream first and Devon is jam first. They're having a debate on it now in the back.
Can you hear the argument going on?
Yeah. And I don't have a thingy, I don't have a talk back. So we'll pop this round.
The Cornish way, jam then cream. The Devon way, cream then jam, apparently.
Is it? Is it that way? Oh, gosh.
I don't really care.
I thought it was the other way, but I don't know. Whichever way, they taste good. Yeah, probably have a pasty or 2. Oh, my bobbins ran out again.
You've done an awful lot of sewing.
I have done a lot of sewing, haven't I?
Yes.
Do you want
to have a look at this book while we...
Have a look at the book, yeah.
While you're refuelling your machine. over 3/4 of the stock are sold out when everybody checks out now. Peace and You Go Quilting, it's been really, really popular. And there's there's 24 projects in there altogether. And a lot of bread. And, and rhubarb. Well, she's got bread in a bag, she's got a bread cover, she's got bread sticking out her ears, this one. But not physically. So hints and tips at the front. That's the cushion. So I didn't realise that that's actually wrapped around. It's a nice feature. And easy projects and great ideas. Many scraps, great ideas. See, more bread. If you're a beginner sewer, more bread. If you're not sure, you know, what to sew, if you need some ideas, then there's loads of them in here. And as I said earlier, it's not just, I mean, that's so easy, isn't it? Imagine some Christmas fabric. Or a child theme fabric if you're having a children's party. You know, change the fabric and you change the occasion. You could personalise. You've got an embroidery machine. You could embroider names for each member of your dinner party. Nice idea. And it's really easy. And that's something that's so affordable. You could give it as a gift. They can take it home with them afterwards. A strip and flip technique again, and quilt as you go. All of those techniques are explained in the front of the book. That's another one. That's a journal cover. Can't go wrong with a journal cover. That would be nice in denims, wouldn't it? I know that's cotton that it's printed on. They've got tote bags and a modern log cabin pillow as well. In that technique, you could turn into a quilt and log cabin tote bag. And is that more? A flannel tag toy. And baby play mats with the lemur from Madagascar, and a bag to put it in to store it, and a stitch and flip quilt. Those are really quick and easy to sew. Love that technique. I think that's really very striking. More bread. There was one sewing book that I brought you on Sewing Quarter ages ago, and it actually made me giggle a little bit because there were a picture of a couple of budgies on the front, and I could never figure out why. Nothing to do with any of the projects on the inside, but yeah, just a couple of budgies. Message again, and this is Christine in County Durham. Afternoon, gorgeous girls. Oh, thank you very much. And the SewingStreet team, they're gorgeous too. Lovely seeing you back, and what a great idea. Thank you.
That's your cushion shape. Now imagine that will be a bit bigger and you'll have 3 stripes. So what happens is, you put little ties on it and you just bag it out and then it goes round like that. So it's like a little decorative bit round your cushion.
Yes.
That's how she's done it in the book. Now I actually think this would work really well as like a little roll, you know, because you're going to put your ties on.
Yes.
You're going to bag it out, and then you could sew yourself some lines, and you can put your tools and your crochet hooks and your paint brushes and makeup, and then it rolls up like that. So you could definitely adapt it.
I had a quick message from Fran. Sorry, I didn't read that out when it was up, saying variegated thread. Yes or no? When would you use it?
Oh, I love variegated thread.
Do you? When would you use it?
Oh, whenever I can. No, like things like that with have I used it on that? Because whoops.
I don't know if you used it on the cushion.
So if any decorative quilting, I will get variegated thread out. Quite often just normal quilting I will. I really like variegated thread. I just think it's really fun to use.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I'd like a variegated thread. And embroidery thread as well.
Yes.
Embroidery is really nice.
If there was one near me when I was making it, I think I used a turquoisey one that was slightly variegated. If there's one near me when I was making that, I will have picked it up and used it for sure, because I really like variegated thread.
But just in your top thread, yeah? You haven't put it in the bobbin?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
Because
so, yeah, Fran, absolutely.
That would waste it.
Variegated thread, yes or no? It's a yes from us.
It is a yes from us. I just like things bright and colourful. I mean, that was really fun to do because you got to try out all my nice embroidery stitches on the machine. And a lot of us have got these lovely machines now with loads and loads of stitches on, and you don't often get to, do you?
Yes,
no,
absolutely
and things like that are great for just going, oh, not tried that design, let's try that one. And you can have a real play about, which is fun.
So when you're on your holidays,
Yes.
going to have cream teas?
Oh, definitely. Yes, all the food. Our holidays mainly consist of us eating a lot, lying around. I do like to read a book or two, playing games and arguing about them.
Well, Mara says cream, then jam for your scones, and then more cream. Sorted.
Excellent.
Sorted.
Yes, for sure.
We've only got 3 minutes left. That's gone quickly.
I know.
We've got some bargain fabrics coming up in the next hour. Thank you for showing us that.
That's all right.
I do love the idea of using that for a tool roll.
Yeah.
And I think that, as we said before, for a lot of the projects in the book, you can look at that and you think, yeah, I can use that and I'll use it for this, I'll adapt it, I'll make it bigger, smaller. It's a lot about techniques.
Yes.
As opposed to just the projects. So for the book, we did have hundreds of them, brand new for us today. We've got less than 40 left now.
Very good.
Yeah, it's only £14.99. So piece and quilt as you go. Lots of techniques, lots of ideas, lots of projects for you, and lots of ideas for using smaller pieces of fabric. It's great for a beginner sewer or a gift for a beginner sewer as well. When you're back with us again?
I am back on Easter Sunday.
Oh, are you?
Yes. So I hope they're gonna have Easter eggs for us here.
I think it should be a condition.
Yeah. So I will be back then.
Do you know what you do?
No, not yet. It'll be a nice surprise, won't it?
Not for you as well. Yeah. Well, I've had a lovely morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's
Debbie.
nice to see you again. And remember, Catherine's going to be at the NEC next week.
I am, yes.
Stitch Festival in Islington at the end of the month as well.
That's right.
So go and say hello to her.
Thank you.
Go and do one of her workshops, is what I was going to say. OK, so coming up... sorry, say that again, Chris. I'm completely ignoring you. This is the kit that Catherine was using. So striped fabric, and you've got the wadding, and you have a charm pack, or 5-inch square pack, and your webbing is included in there as well. So that's everything that you need. You don't normally get wadding in kits like this. It's normally, you need your own backing fabric, you need your own wadding. But you don't need to buy anything else to make that cushion. You've got everything that you need here. Apart from you, obvious. And that's £29.99 if you want to go for that one. Another colour option, if this is a little bit bright and bold for you, is the Tilda Stripe bundle. So same deal with the fabric and the wadding. And these are your 5-inch squares. So a little bit more subtle, a little bit more pastel and very pinky peachy on that one. And that is £39.99 for everything included in that one. The cave cushion is made with fabric strips. You've got far too much in there. You'll have loads left over for other projects, and the wadding and the backing fabric all included in that one for £69.99 for those. And then the other colourway, if you wanted something a little bit more subtle, is My Golden Birds fabric roll and the green. And again, you've got the wadding included in that as well. So that is £44.99, which is only about £5 more than that's worth on its own anyway. So do stay with us if you can. We've only got half an hour left after the break, and we have some really good fabric deals. Not a lot of them, so get ready to place your orders, because it's going to be one of those miss out kind of shows. So go and have a quick cup of tea, and I'll see you in a minute.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Once you've opened a commercial dress pattern and cut it out, it's really important to transfer all of the markings on the pattern onto your main fabric. Now, Rebecca Harrison and I both do it this way. We were taught this way and we've always done it this way. You can do tailor's tacks, you can do all sorts of things, but I find a tracing wheel and tracing paper the only way to do this. I've cut it out to a size 14, but I need to mark up the size 14 darts. So I can see that this one here is my size 14. So I literally just trace that dart right the way to the top, then trace the other side of the size 14 dart to meet it at that dot. I then go to the waist dart. Size 14 is this one. Follow the line right the way to the top there, and the size 14 on this side. Then you have to look for all of your notches on your size 14. So I've got a notch here. So that's all of them traced through to that side. Now, can you see those? It's very pale, but you can see the dotted line there and there. Now, you've got it on one side, and you think, well, how on earth am I going to get it to the other side? So what you do is you remove the pattern piece, but leave the pins in there. Then what we do is we just take the side that we've made our markings on, and we just copy them right the way through like this. But as you can see, they've now come out on the other side. So when you then unpin your whole of your front panel, all of your shaping and all of your darts are all transferred onto the wrong side of your fabric, and you're now ready to sew.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello, now it's the last half hour and it's going to be very quick because we don't have an awful lot of time, but we do have an awful lot to show you. So I think we should just dive in and get going with it. We have pre-cuts, we've got rolls, we've got fabric collections, and we've also got some really amazing offers for you. If you can't wait for me, have a look on the website. So go to SewingStreet.com and you can have a look at everything that we have there and bag yourself a bargain. But again, some of these we have very, very low stocks of, so be quick with them. If you order stuff, go through and pay for it. If you do go through and pay for it and then you want something else, we will combine all of the postages for you. So don't think, oh, I've just spent all that money on postage and now I've got to do it again. You don't need to. Anything that you order all the way through to midnight tonight all goes under one price for your postage. So even if you come back later and you think, do you know, I should have bought that, buy it and then we'll put all your postages together, because that's the kind of folk we are. This is your first bundle. We are very limited stock. It's £17.98 and we're looking at Liberty. So you've got a bit of bumbleberry in there as well. Good, a bit of Wiltshire Shadow, that's included. But beautiful colours, really, really rich colours. So, you know, the golds and the reds and the royal blues. I just think that's a fantastic collection. Nice to have the blenders, again, with the brighter colours as well. So if you'll make it, 4-patch or something like that, just really, really easy projects to make, but look really expensive when you're looking at fabrics like this. So £17.98 is your price. Almost, well, we're down to single figures now, it's going that quickly. So do get these while we've got them, seriously. It's going to be really quick. So all 4 of those, they're fat quarters for £17.98. Let's move on to another fat quarter bundle, and this again is Liberty. So some of these collections you may recognise. That's pretty. Again, with a coordinating bumbleberry fabric in there as well. Did they call that bumbleberry? Have I got the right name there? Wiltshire Shadow, sorry. Bumbleberry's loose and Irene, isn't it? It's similar. Only got one of those left. Only got one left of those. On £21.98 for those, so that's about to go. This is what it's going to be like this half hour. Let's move on. Liberty again, more Wiltshire Shadow. And Just a classic collection, isn't it? Bit of Emily Bell in that one, but everything goes together so beautiful. I love this one with the snowdrops. For £21.48 is your price there. So you've got 5 fat quarters in that collection. Just really subtle, small print. One of those left now. What we do if we sell out of everything and we haven't finished yet? Early doors. This one is GLU V45. Right. So, this is going to be, you get what you get. So it is a random selection of Tilda fabrics for £22.47. So you may get that one. You may get, is that right? These? Oh no, okay. So you may get this one. You may get another one. But we're crushing the price down, so I don't think it really matters what you get. It is £12.99 is your price for those. And they're all fat quarters. And I may want to say with Tilda, I think if you love Tilda fabric, you love all of it. I haven't seen a collection yet that I thought, oh, not keen on that one. They're all kind of, recognisable as the design. So if it's not this exact one that you're going to get, I'm sure you're not going to be disappointed with whatever it is that you get. All of the colours are going to match. We're not going to put in, a random blue with all of the mustard colours. It'll be the prints on there, the patterns on there, which will be a little bit different. So it could be mustard, could be blue, could be brown, could be red, but at £29.99. Oh, we've got far more people trying to order than we actually have stock of those. You can multi-order as well. This isn't one per customer. So if you see yourself a bargain, you can buy as many of those as you like. 22 people trying to order and we've only got 8 left. Okay, no pressure. Right, that's the only random one we have. These are, oh, not that one. Big bundle of fat quarters. Oh, these are just lovely. I'm not going to take them all out. It is the collection, if you're watching earlier on, it's that same collection that we had in with the half metres we had earlier, weren't they? We had the whole huge bundle for you. But this is the same collection, so you're getting the same amount, but all in fat quarters for £8 to £9.99. Oh, we've only got 4 of those left and we've got 5 people trying to order. Oh, well done for getting hold of yours. These are more Tildas. So I'll sort of take them all out because they'll be sold out before I've opened them up anyway. So I've got the plain in the green and a couple of spots. That's a pretty one. It's like a paisley design on a taupe background. So your fabric contents may vary on this one as well. Okay, so let's take that price down for you, shall we? This is going to go down to £14.99. That's a good saving, isn't it? Wow, £14.99 for all of those. Great chance to stock up, to build up your fabric collection, shall we say. But we can't guarantee which colourways you're going to get, but they will all coordinate together. Okay. So you should have greens in there, but the other fabrics may be a little bit different to what you're seeing here. But, it's Tilda, it's £14.99. Who cares? Who cares? We've got a lot of those going into baskets now. When you've checked out, we are down to single figures for that one too. And there's another one, more Tilda again. Got loads of Tilda in this show. This is blues and browns at £22.47. Going down to £14.99 for this one. Told you we're going to get some bargains in this hour. £14.99 instead of £22.47p. Not many of those left. We are down to single figures now. Again. And let's move on again. So more Tilda. Lots of Tilda. It's nice. Pastel tones of this one. Love the mints in those. And little bluebells. Price is going down on your screen. £14.99 again for this collection. Aren't they beautiful? And it's not just the prints, it's the quality. And it's the colours as well. I love the colours that Tilda chooses for the collections. Soft and subtle with these. And at £14.99, bit of a bargain there as well. The numbers are just counting down and down and down. We are oversubscribed on that one as well. So have we done that one? So the Sunbird was the big one, wasn't there? We've got 3 of the smaller bundles. So this one is mustard. So this is one of the newer collections. I think this one only came out last month. So same as the ones that we showed earlier on, but this time we've got 5 in the collection. And it's £22.49. I will take that one out just to show you what we have. So this one's got ladies on it. Oh, this is the one that I said looked quite Art Nouveau earlier on. Oh, she's a fairy. Look, she's got wings. And the flowers. That looks like peonies. And they've got the birds there as well. I love how subtle this all is. It's not like screaming birds at you. So the whole 5 pieces, these are all fat quarters, for £22.49. So very soft, isn't it? Really pretty, soft, feminine, elegant with those. So I don't know if I've got time to put all those back again. Right. Now remember, we only charge 1 P&P all day. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out, how many orders you place. If all you ordered was our early bird this morning, which was £1.29 or something, if that's the only thing that you've ordered so far, and you put something else in your basket, then you will still only pay 1 P&P. If you come back later on this afternoon and you think, excuse me, oh, there's still a couple of those Tilda bundles left. I wish I would have bought one, but that means I've got to pay extra P&P. No, it doesn't if you order anything else from now all the way through till midnight, so we don't have to be here live, and it can be anything else on the website that you haven't seen on the shows. Oh, I need some needles, or I need some thread, or I need some basics, I need a pair of scissors. If you pop them on your order, you only pay 1 postage at the end of the day. Right, let's go for, oh, these two look quite similar. This is greens. W23, this one. Oh, that's sold out. We've got this one, though. So this one is the, oh, we haven't got that one. That's gone. Okay, that one's sold out. Do you want to see some jelly rolls? Should we do those? See, this is what happens when you undo something and try and put it back together again. It's just not going to work. So this one is a Sarah Payne Woodland Wanderers fabric. And we've just unroll some of those to show you. Price is going down on these. We're taking £10 off. So, oh, that's sold out. If you receive this one, I do apologise. But if you're disappointed if that arrived on your doorstep. Let's move on. Which one's this one? This is another Sarah Payne. Elegant Peacock, that one's called. Which is this one. I'm going to take £10 off this one for you as well. So that goes down to £29.90. Now that is so good for a jelly roll, for a fabric strip roll, sorry. With peacock feathers and peacocks. I used to breed peacocks once upon a time. I had the Indian blues, which are the most common ones that you see. I had Java greens, which have emerald green necks and the combs on the top of the head stand forward. And I had some of the white ones as well. And the cocks don't grow their tail feathers until they're about 3 years old. Did you know? And then they shed them every year. And if you live anywhere near where there's fishermen, they love them for flies as well. So we didn't actually have any feathers. Yeah, apparently. There we go. So that's that one. Oh, these are going so quickly. Well done, £10 saving. And then we've got one more, which is Elephant Festival. And price is going down again. And there we go. So lots of, upside down, bright coloured fabric strips, 2.5 inches wide, 44 inches in length. So the turquoise is gorgeous. See, they've all been wrapped up upside down and inside out, and I don't know, shoddy work. Who can we blame who's not here? Oh, Finn's not here. Finn, shoddy work. I hope his boss isn't here. Didn't mean it, Finn. Yeah, I did. Okay, so that's that one. And we've got enough of those at the moment, okay? We're not going to sell out of that straight away. Okay, but we do have a lot in baskets. Sarah Payne charms coming up, which are these. Prices are going down on these. £10 off, so we've gone down from £39.99 to £29.99. I was driving back. Where was I driving back from? Well, you won't know. I don't know why I'm asking you. Might have been here, actually. And it was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and a white owl just swooped in front of the car. And you don't see them during the day normally. It was lovely. Nearly hit the thing, but yeah. That was butterflies. Oh, we have a pheasant. I was telling you, the birds in the, I love the birds in the garden. We had the lame magpie, but we've got one lone pheasant. It makes a heck of a noise. But I thought, why can't you just stay in the garden? Because you're going to get shot if you go back out into the fields. But yeah, they're so lovely. I tell you what else we've got. A heron. Oh, yes, we do have fish in a pond, and we have got a net over the top. But it's beautiful. It's only a young one. You can kind of tell when they're not very old. And it just hovers at the side of the pond, just figuring out how it can get under the net, basically. But it's so beautiful and graceful and so big. Yeah. Anyway, love birds. We've got hares on there as well, look. If everyone checks out, we've only got one of those left now. Oh, we've got fat quarters to match. So from the same range, not very many of these left now. There we go. So we've got butterflies and pheasants and flowers and hares for £11.98. Price going down on these to £7.99. Love a bargain. I like the texture in the background on that one. Oh, they both are. I like the linen texture. Really clever. So just £7.99. Do you know, I've got a feeling we might actually fit everything in. Or maybe not, maybe not. Okay, what do you want to do next? More Tilda? These are lovely fabrics. I used these, excuse me, for a bag frame. Do you remember the shaped bag frames that I did? We did kits in these. And these are Riley Black. Look, posh eggs. Oh, it's Easter coming up. Perfect fabric for Easter projects. What do you make for Easter? I've been doing Easter eggs. And I might have a new template in my next show, which is on the 18th, so not too long, next week. Yeah, I've got Easter egg templates, nesting acrylic templates. Oh gosh. So I went very loud there, and I don't know why. Sorry about that. £1/2 metre free with these. It's £47.94. But I love the colours, I love the designs, and I just think it looks very Fabergé and very expensive. Really gorgeous. And the colours in the background, there's the mint, and then they've got a very, very pale pink. It looks quite cream, but it's very, very pale pink. It's beautiful. Almost down to single figures on that one. Sweet Spring collection, we're calling that one. It's £47.94, so you've got savings on that as well. Loving the savings. But fabulous bundle. Do like those. Love working with those. There's another Riley Blake. This is a 3-pack, more Easter. And put those the right way up. But delicate Easter eggs. Should we reduce that as well? Should we do that? I love that as well. That's the kind of design that you have across your Easter egg. £19.47 for those. So that's 3 half metres for £19.47. So that's the Easter Egg Hunt fabric collection. And are we doing that one? Do what we want, can't we? Cheddar Twilight, this one's called. Mustard and navy, a really classic colour combination on these, I'm thinking. I'd maybe use a white, Yeah, we're trying to figure out why it's cheddar when it's a little bit more of a, you know, a red Leicester, blue Stilton, maybe. I don't know where the cheddar came from. Anyway, Riley Blake again. Wensleydale and apricot, apparently. Let's have a look at some autumnal fabrics with leaves and pumpkins on there and chrysanthemums, maybe. Love these colours. Wouldn't that make a fabulous quilt for autumn? Yes, a bit boutique-y, Chris in my ear says. And I think you're right, look like boutique prints. They're not, but it has that kind of feel to it, doesn't it? So Jason Inventor, the Allure collection, and that's £67.92. And again, these are all half-metre pieces. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those in total, everything that you see there, for your £67.82. Down to single figures again for those ones. It's really, really busy today. Love busy shows. Let's move on. Still talking about Devon and Cornwall on Facebook, I see. Love it when you chat amongst yourself. I say quite often when I do a live stream on my Facebook and YouTube pages on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and I do threaten quite a lot to just switch you all on, go live and go off and get some work done and leave you chatting. It's quite nice. Love it when you talk to each other. This is Moda Ambiance charm pack. So, oh, that's gone. I've got more in baskets than are actually available for that one. I don't know if I'm going through these in the right order. No? They were all laid out very nicely. I've just made such a mess. Right. Trying to make first impressions with Hannah because it's the first time I've worked for her. This is Jane Austen's House Emma, apparently, for this one. That looks like Edwardian wallpaper, doesn't it? That's gorgeous. Could cut those out as strips. You make binding out of it. And then rich flowers. Not many of these left. I can count how many are left on 2 fingers. I can count how many are left on 1 finger. There look like little birds in the centre. Gorgeous design. Okay, that's about to go. £42.94. More of those in baskets than the one we have left. This one, a little bit more blender and plain. Oh, that's nice. Shopping for myself in my mind. Where's that then? Got statues, got a koi carp in the middle there. We're going to take £4 off this one. So we're going down to £11.98. More classy designs. £2.40 for a fat quarter. Okay, we're going to do all of these. I can feel it in my bones. A floral and spot collection coming up next. And that's like sweets. Oh, we've got a few more of these. We're in double figures on this one. £26.97 is your price for this one. And these are, again, fat quarters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those in total. The spot makes it, doesn't it? That goes so well with all of those. But if you want to mix with the plain fabric as well, lime green, jade green, orange, you've got pinks, you've got reds, you've got navies, you've got really dark inky colours, indigos. I love all of this. All of the yellows are really bright, fun colours on a black background, which makes them really, really pop. Only £26.97. Oh, somebody just said hi, Debbie. Hi. Don't know who you are. Haven't put your name on there or anything. Just hi. So hi. Oh, right. Jason Yenter again. These are a little bit batik-esque as well, aren't they? Oh, this is the same collection as that in a different colour, isn't it? Ah. When everyone checks out, we're down to 2. There's a lot of fabric here. No, so get all of those for your £67.92. You've been shopping way ahead for these. Well done. You've got yourself some real bargains today and some beautiful fabrics. So I'm glad you're enjoying them. £67.92 for those. We've got a fabric strip. Blooming Day and Night. Jason Yenter again. I shan't open this one because it's very nicely wrapped up. Oh, that's going to go. That's going to go. We're down to the last one of those. We'll take £10 off for you anyway, whoever's ordering it. £38.99. So when you check out, that's yours. That's gone. This is a rather large little bundle. And these, I'll just show you the size of these, are... Oh, no, fat quarters. There you go. That's a fat quarter. And love the colours on these again. How many of these have we got? Oh, not many left of those. A handful, literally. All of those. There are 16 pieces of those in total. Gosh, so many different colours in here. Look at those. Bright and bold and fun and summery. You will need a plain to go with these. Lime greens, pinks, purples, jades, teals, greens, reds, purples. All of those for £74.99. You've only got... Oh, they went quickly. One of those left. That's it. We've got a quilter's cut and press as well, but have a look on the website for that because we're out of time now. Shall we have a look what we've got tomorrow? So coming up, we've got brand new fabric collections at 8. Megan Nielsen, olive dress with Wendy Ross at 9. At 10 o'clock, create your own buttons with Pete Hughes. Looking forward to that. I quite enjoy making buttons. 11 o'clock, Tilly and the Buttons. Nell and Stevie Patterns. Wendy's demonstrating that again. And at 12 o'clock, it's Daisy Bloom with Shades of Winter Shawl with Sam Sabido. So yes, I'm looking forward to that. I shall see you again bright and early tomorrow morning. So thank you for joining me today, and thanks for staying with me throughout the morning. I hope you've got yourself some bargains and you've enjoyed the shows. I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.